Are we live? Hello, folks. We are live. Welcome to the Midwestern Marks live stream. I'm your host today, Eddie Liger. We got a great show planned today. Lots of interesting stuff. Of course, an article about organ transplants, which is what the stream is named after. They're not just an article, but we're going to cover the healthcare industry, how it affects every aspect, or how the profit motivation affects every aspect of healthcare, even those that are dominated by nonprofits, which is something that I talked about in the Journal of American Socialist Studies too, which is our journal, academic peer-reviewed journal that you can find on midwesternmarks.com in the book section of the store. So just kind of expanding on some of the themes that I wrote about in that. So if you've read that, today's show or some of the segments on today's show will be interesting. And if you haven't, you'll get a little background information on American healthcare that'll help you understand it better. And it'll make the journal more interesting if you read it. I keep pointing because it's back there on my bookshelf. I don't know if you can see. But we've also got another video today, one of those videos where I just searched communism or socialism on YouTube and saw what some of the first things to pop up were so I could debunk them or react to them or whatever. And I found a video, unfortunately, of Dave Rubin and Jordan Peterson discussing the absurdity of socialism. So absurd is one of my favorite words. It's one of my favorite things to say about capitalism. And the capitalist system and those who defend it. It's just absurd. Why are you being absurd? So Jordan Peterson's going to try and call socialism absurd, and we'll respond to that. I think that popped up on my recommended videos today because I was just watching that video of Michael Brooks, rest in peace to the late Michael Brooks, who reacted to that video or that time when Dave Rubin had Larry King on his show. And Larry King just super disrespectfully took a phone call from like his nephew or something, or his grandson, in the middle of the interview with Dave Rubin, and had a full conversation with his grandson or nephew or whoever it was about his upcoming youth baseball game. And Dave Rubin was just super salty. So I watched that the other day, and now I'm getting Dave Rubin recommendations. But now you'll get to watch me tear apart some Dave Rubin. And then lastly, we'll talk about Trump facing litigation. We'll talk about former mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, who recently lost her election. We'll talk about all sorts of fun stuff. So I'm excited. Hi, Eddie. Hello, Pedamio. Hello, Jacob. Hello, Bjork. Hello, everybody. Good to see you again. So we'll get started with the actual show right after we play our super sick socialist intro. Love it. That intro never gets old, at least for me. Maybe it gets old for you, but like this comment right off the bat from Crack Mama James with the cool Lenin profile picture there. Hey, Eddie, I just received my copy of Xi Jinping's The Governance of China as of like 4 minutes ago, and I was reading it till I saw you're live. That is awesome. I ran and grabbed my copy of The Governance of China while the intro was playing. I love this book. This is one of my favorite books that I read. This is one of the books that really helped me to begin understanding Marxism, because it's Marxism applied, right? It's Xi Jinping laying out what China's trying to do, the purpose of their government policies, what their government policies, their foreign policy, domestic policy, economic policy, what all these things are based on, what their goal is, what China's actually trying to achieve. And like, people will say, oh, you're reading a book from the Chinese president. Isn't that biased? Like, yeah, of course it's biased. He's biased in favor of China. He's the president of the country. He's trying to build up China and make China successful and strong. But when you read, Xi Jinping's biased perspective, you still realize how nonsensical and how absurd the Western mainstream media narratives are about China. Right? You see that there is a purpose, there's an intention behind everything China's doing, and most of the time, their intention is combating imperialism and developing themselves economically and creating a better life materially for their people. But in addition to that, you just see Marxism applied. You see Marxism in the practical sense. It's easy to think about Marxism as this utopian, or socialism as this utopian idealistic thing, when really it's something that we want to achieve in practice. And Marxism is a system that needs to be applied. Socialism is a system that needs to be constructed and built. And that's what China's doing. So reading Xi Jinping's notes and his analysis of how China's construction of socialism is going and where they want to go in the future is just really useful for understanding Marxism in a real practical context. That's why it also part of the reason it's so interesting to read like Mao and Stalin and Lenin, because they were engaging in revolutionary activity, right? The questions they're writing about are extremely practical. And the books that they wrote, a lot of the pamphlets they wrote are intended for working people, peasant populations, populations that might not know how to read that well. There were populations who were illiterate and taught themselves to read using Lenin, which is crazy. Think about that. Next time you're struggling to get through a certain book that you think is too hard. And yeah, it's just interesting to read their practical organizing experience. And it's interesting to read about China's practical experience constructing socialism post-revolution. If you type tankies, Kefals pops up. LOL, we got a purge here. I don't even know who that is, Cobra. Hey, Eddie, I'm currently writing another paper where I do, or at least tried to have, an in-depth debunk of the most common anti-communist propaganda talking points for people that are new to the left and Marxism-Leninism, mostly based on the classic video by Spooky Scary Socialist. Very cool, Jacob. That sounds awesome. I saw that video with Spooky Scary Socialist. Speaking of videos that just pop up when you search socialism or communism on YouTube, that video has like 1.3 million views now, which is crazy. And Spooky Scary Socialist never went on to be like a YouTube creator or content creator. They basically just made a few bangers, made a few classic videos and dipped. And sometimes they tweet, but yeah, those videos are legendary, or that video is legendary. Absolutely. So I want to start by talking about Lori Lightfoot right off the bat, because I feel like that's just a good way to get warmed up. For those who don't know Lori Lightfoot, she is just ridiculous. I don't even know how she became mayor of Chicago. There are so many just absurd clips of Lori Lightfoot being grilled by reporters, lashing out at reporters who ask her very basic questions. There are compilations of clips where Lori Lightfoot is just blatantly lying about the rising violent crime in Chicago, which of course, there are partisan arguments and partisan agendas that are pushed surrounding the question of violent crime. There are people who say, why aren't you getting rid of the guns? There are people who are saying, why don't you expand the police force, expand the police budget and militarize the police? So you have the Democratic and Republican talking points as always. But, the question she should be asked from a socialist perspective is, why aren't you taking care of your population? Why aren't you taking care of your constituents? If they feel, if people's material needs aren't met, that's when they feel forced to go do violent crimes. That's when kids feel like joining a gang is the way to stay safe and make money and make it in those urban, I guess, inner city impoverished situations, environments. So they should be asking Lori Lightfoot why she isn't meeting the material needs of her constituency, which, and, they could be asking her about criminal justice reform, police reform, prison reform, things like that as well. But ultimately, it comes down to her not taking care of her constituents. But every time she's questioned on this, she just gets really indignant and starts coming after whoever's questioning her. So this is now that Lori Lightfoot is on her way out. She just lost her re-election campaign, and this local reporter who had his press credentials revoked by Lightfoot for criticizing her, for asking her tough questions, is going to basically lay into her here before she leaves office. So this was from Forbes.
As a reminder, please remember that
let me know how the audio is.
All speakers must sign up to speak, and speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Thank you. Our next speaker is William Kelly. Mayor Lightfoot, you and I may have gotten off on the wrong foot. Reporter, WilliamJKelly.com. I'm a veteran reporter in the city of Chicago, Emmy Award-winning TV host, radio, print journalism. I should be sitting over there with my colleagues, but I'm standing over here because on a weekly basis, I was going viral asking you obvious questions. And instead of answering them, you told me that crime was down, my videos went viral, millions of views, comments, likes, and shares, and it was hurting your re-election campaign. So you revoked my media credential. That should never happen in a free country. And I'm asking the city council to take the media credential process away from the next mayor of Chicago and the next superintendent of police.
There's so many just small examples in addition to the huge examples that we see all the time of how we don't have freedom of speech, of how freedom of political expression, which is supposed to be protected by the First Amendment, is just a joke in this country. Like the police and the mayors and these arms of the government don't even try. They don't even try. This person has viral videos, which we'll watch a few of them after this, asking Lori Lightfoot basic questions, like I said, about violent crime or poverty or whatever else is plaguing the city of Chicago. Super basic questions, and they just revoke his press credentials. Don't let him ask any more questions or report on what's actually going on. When the media are supposed to, their job as journalists is to serve as a watchdog to the government, to ensure that the government isn't lying to the people. And if it looks like the government is lying to the people, they're supposed to investigate it and expose it. That's journalism. It usually doesn't work that way. But when it does, when you have someone who's actually doing some real journalism, even if it's from a partisan position, like I was talking about earlier, they get their freaking press credentials revoked. They get shut down. They get suppressed. They get banned from TikTok, like Midwestern March. Rest in peace to our last 7 accounts.
And put it in the hands of the Constitution. What you've done to the city of Chicago, I feel like this is more of a victim impact statement than an actual public comment. What you've done to me is nothing compared to what you've done to my city, the city of Chicago, the city that I was born and raised in, the city that I love with all my heart. You became mayor. The people of Chicago elected you. You shut down our schools, you shut down the churches, you shut down the businesses. You did the one thing that I thought could never happen. As somebody who was born and raised on the south side of Chicago, I never thought in my life that I would ever see the city of Chicago brought down so low as you have managed to bring it down. Shame on you.
And this is also him just being mad at Lori Lightfoot for revoking his press credentials, which, he should be mad about that. He's right to ream her out here. But ultimately, the problems facing Chicago are problems of capitalism, right? Lori Lightfoot is a product of capitalism, just propping up a mayor who's not going to do anything, who's not going to take any drastic action to fix the problems that capitalism is creating in Chicago. But the violent crime, the homelessness issue, the deterioration of infrastructure, the violence and just the violence and militarization of the police force, the gang conflict and the gang fighting, gang homicides, all these are products of capitalism. Capitalism not meeting people's needs, capitalism leaving people in destitution, capitalism utilizing racism to push certain groups of people into worse, more destitute economic situations in order to hoard more of the wealth. All of these are products of capitalism, and Lori Lightfoot is just one of those politicians that capitalism has propped up that make us look and go, what the heck is this? Is this serious? Is this a joke? Is this really supposed to be the person running one of the most important cities in the country, the city of Chicago, which in my opinion should be the U.S. capital? It should be the capital of America. It's central. It's right in the Midwest. You could connect. It's the biggest city around me in the Midwest. You could connect it via high-speed rail to, for one, all the other big cities around the country, but you could also connect it to all these different towns where there are factories and farms and a lot of productive output in the Midwest. And it would lead to more trade, more commerce, and help build up those towns in the Midwest too. And instead of doing this, Chicago's deteriorating more and more every year. And we have this goofy, like, cartoon character clown person of a mayor in charge of it, who is censoring anybody who tries to call her out or tries to ask about the actual problems facing the people of Chicago.
That is a legacy that you are going to have to carry. Future historians are going to have a hard time understanding how you ever even became mayor of the city of Chicago. I intend to write that book. I intend to make sure that at least there's some possible way for the city of Chicago to move forward. I hope that you realize what damage you have done to the city. I hope that after today's city council meeting, you will pack your suitcase and get the hell out of my city. Mr. Kelly, you are a pandemic. You are a pandemic. Thank you.
She said something about combating the pandemic, which is what she always brings everything back to the pandemic. All right, what are you going to do about violent crime, Governor Lightfoot or Mayor Lightfoot? Is she the governor? No, she's mayor. Mayor. What are you going to do about violent crime? Oh, well, we got to combat the pandemic. We got to worry about the pandemic right now. Who cares if 500 people are being shot per day? What about the pandemic? Meanwhile, not doing nearly enough to actually combat the pandemic. So some of you might know the comedian Tim Dillon. I think Tim Dillon is a hilarious product of the material conditions in America. Like, he's such a great example of America. Like, this guy is now a comedian. He's freaking hilarious. But about 10 years ago or more, before 2000, more than 10 years ago now, but before 2008, he was selling subprime mortgages, right? He was a smart guy looking for a way to make money, figured he could make a lot of money working for the banks, selling people essentially giving people loans on homes that they couldn't afford, which of course we know eventually so many people had these subprime mortgages, they couldn't pay them back. Eventually, they ran out of money to pay back the banks. The banks ran out of money, and the entire financial system, entire U.S. economy, but almost the entire global economy, everyone except China, had a negative GDP following this. But pretty much the whole global economy came crashing down as a result of these subprime mortgages. And Tim Dillon was just one of the people selling them. He was addicted to Percocets at the time, basically just trying to get by. Right. So that's what I mean by a product of material conditions in America. What do you do as a young person in America who's intelligent but doesn't necessarily know how to make money? I'll go sell mortgages for the banks. I'll be a banker, or a banker involved in real estate. That sounds like an honorable profession that'll make a lot of money. Well, you're basically selling people a scam on behalf of the most large and well-respected and powerful banks in the country. And then also you have a drug addiction that probably started with the pharmaceutical industry, just America. And once he became a comedian, I mean, he's technically a Republican, right? And he's technically a conservative. But once he became a comedian, he started supporting Bernie, right? Because he's like, we should, I don't know when exactly he started supporting Bernie, but he's like, we should give people health care, right? Clearly, people are hurting economically. It's forcing people into desperate situations. It's pushing people to riot and get out in the streets. And, you know, people are really angry. The polarization in our country is increasing. We should just give people health care and meet people's basic economic needs, you know, and that's why he supported Bernie. So again, just a product of our material conditions in America. Just the guy who got caught up in the 2008 financial crisis, who's now like, let's just give people basic things, can't we? He doesn't have a Marxist analysis. He doesn't realize that this is the capital has a tendency to accumulate and concentrate wealth and power at the top, and then those people are never going to give us, you know, healthcare or anything to keep the system running. They're just going to accumulate as much as they can, based on their own individual interests. And the only way that we can fix the system is by struggling against those people and seizing the wealth from them, the means of production, specifically the centers of economic power. But, you know, if I didn't know all that, if I wasn't a Marxist, I might think similar to Tim Dillon. So that's why I think he's interesting. Either way, big rant about Tim Dillon there, because I've never talked about him on this show. But he has been covering Lori Lightfoot and her viral videos and viral moments that we were kind of talking about when we watched the last video. So this is one of the funniest videos I've ever seen in my life, and I'm happy to show it to y'all today.
Sad day in America, but a very sad day in Chicago, because we have lost one of the best, a woman whose reign in Chicago came to symbolize chaos in the way that only a Batman villain could, like a Dick Tracy villain. Like, this woman presided over an increase in crime that was just, I mean, it was mind-blowing. Like, the numbers just kept, and she was a petty, vindictive woman. She went to war with limo companies. She wrote bad Yelp reviews. She was nasty to employees. The first lesbian mayor of color in Chicago. Got to put that in there. And let's take a look at her right now.
That's the other thing. You always get the identity politics, right? Oh, poverty is rampant in your town, this town that you're the mayor of, this city that you're the mayor of, Lori. Oh, you know, quit attacking me over my identity. You know, I'm a black woman, or I'm a woman of color. And, you know, there are real oppressions that people of color are facing in Chicago, right? Or that minority groups are facing in Chicago. But Lori Lightfoot's not doing anything to help those. She's only using her, you know, position as a lesbian woman of color to deflect criticism, which you should just expect in the modern day from any politician.
Now, this is her in all.
Even like cis white male politicians. Lindsey Graham soon is going to be like telling people they can't criticize him because he's from the South and they're attacking his culture and his heritage.
Her glory. This is how I'll always remember her. Make this big, please. There she is. Yeah. Vote, vote, vote. Yep. Here she is celebrating Chicago having the highest murder rate in the country. I mean, this woman, I don't want to lose her. I do not want to lose this woman. She had these weird balloon pants.
It's so awkward. She's just dancing around with that band. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Says Tim interviewed that monarchist dude. Maybe he'd interview Midwestern Marks. That would be sweet. That would be sweet. Yeah, maybe I've been targeting the wrong people. Maybe I need to stop targeting people in politics. I should start asking people who do wrestling podcasts. I know Caden Henschel, the guy who does has a really big YouTube vlog channel where he shows his college and high school wrestling. So maybe I should ask Tim Dillon. If he interviewed a monarchist, you'd think he'd probably interview us.
Pants, these baggy, like Jenko jeans, but they were pants that she would wear, and they like never fit her. This is a kid who dressed up as her. Lori Lightfoot, for those of you who don't know, was the mayor of the city of Chicago, the great city of Chicago, which is descending into a hellscape. How many murders last year in Chicago? Just out of curiosity, if we can get that up. Chicago, violent crime there has been a major problem. There were large. One of my favorite stories was like there's large gangs of teenagers, groups of teenagers just running through, the midtown of Chicago, the Miracle Mile, whatever you call it, and they're just robbing couples and just creating chaos. I think they're working for Lightfoot. Like I think the kids are, because here's what she's got to do now. Lori, now that she has been evicted from her position, she's been taken out. Lori now has to wage a war against the city from the outside, because for many years she was waging a war against the city from the inside, but now she's from the outside has to like make sure the city stays as crime-ridden and filthy from the outside. She's just got to launch attacks, coordinated attacks. The year of 2021 ended as one of the most violent on record in Chicago. A rise in the number of shootings left more people dead than in any single year in a quarter century. 797 homicides, 25 more than were recorded in 2020. So about 800 homicides. How many a day? There's 365 days in a year. Yeah, there's about 3 people a day in Chicago checking out. And, this was also, you got to remember, Lori Lightfoot went wild with the vaccine. She was threatening people, saying, if you don't take the vaccine, your time has come. We'll put you in jail. We're going to find you. Again, this was the language of a villain. This is.
That was so weird, too. It was like she was the caricature of what Republicans were portraying pro-vaccine people as, which I'm, anti-mandate, I realize that and this is also talked about in depth in the Journal of American Socialist Studies too, which you can get on midwesternmarks.com, where I do not a full, but a decent historical analysis of the development of American healthcare up until this point. But the vaccine stopped the spread, right? It did stop the spread of the vaccine, or it helped decrease how bad the symptoms were, at least. Actually, that's more accurate to say than that we know it stopped the spread. But either way, the Western pharmaceutical companies were preventing countries in the global South from getting the vaccine because they just wanted to profit as much as they could off it, even if that was just the government paying them people's taxpayers, taxpayer money for the vaccine. Ultimately, those pharmaceutical companies are getting paid. They're making money. So that's, I think, what a lot of the mandates were about. And a lot of these sort of oppressive, anti-civil and political right policies that were enacted during COVID to try and get people to take the vaccine. Even though I support the vaccine, I can still recognize that and understand that the government is a dictatorship of capital, of the capitalist class. And, we have these giant pharmaceutical companies who literally lied us into an opioid epidemic. Right? They lied about the addictive nature of opioids in order to sell more, in order to make more profit. And now well over 100,000 people die of overdose deaths every year. That's begin with them getting pills from the pharmaceutical industry. So we have this horribly corrupt healthcare system, these horribly corrupt healthcare capitalists running our government. And they're trying to use COVID to make as much money as they possibly can. And Lori Lightfoot in Chicago is out there saying, if you're not going to take the vaccine, your time has come, or we're going to lock you up. You're such a selfish, terrible person. basically being a caricature of what people thought the government was during COVID. Rather than, we're going to educate people about the vaccine. We're going to teach people about it. We're going to show them, how it can help make symptoms better, when instead they just said the vaccine is a cure-all, and if you don't take the vaccine, you deserve to be locked in jail. It's like, why be a caricature of what the Republicans portray you as? But I think that just goes to show her personal sort of incompetence in this position.
Lori Lightfoot.
We will shut you down. We will cite you. And if we need to, we will arrest you and we will take you to jail. Period. There should be nothing unambiguous about that.
You mean nothing ambiguous,
Don't
sweetie?
make us treat you like a criminal. But if you act like a criminal and you violate the law and you refuse to do what is necessary to save lives in the city in the middle of a pandemic, we will take you to jail.
Get up when she did.
Again, I'm pro-vaccine, but what is this? This is a government official yelling at people that she's going to arrest them on behalf of the pharmaceutical industry if they don't do what the pharmaceutical industry wants. Holy crap.
Ambiguous about that.
You mean nothing ambiguous,
Don't
sweetie?
make us treat you like a criminal. But if you act like a criminal and you violate the law and you refuse to do what is necessary to save lives in the city in the middle of a pandemic, we will take you to jail.
Get up
Period.
when she did Rona Destroyer. This is a...
And people are criticizing her about violent crime, writing about the police being militarized and the police being too harsh on people. And she's saying, you know what we need? We need the police to start taking people to jail if they don't get vaccinated. If they don't get this vaccine from Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. These enormous pharmaceutical companies who spend millions of dollars on government lobbying every year. Yeah, that'll fix the crime issue, Lori. Start throwing people in jail for not taking certain pharmaceutical products.
Montage of Lori Lightfoot. I am so sad to be losing this woman. I hope she runs for governor. I pray that Lori Lightfoot runs for governor.
Well, before we go, looks like trick-or-treating will be happening in Chicago this year. Yeah, that's Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot coming out in full costume, cape and mask as the Rona, as in Corona Destroyer, handing out candy to reporters and staff at her daily news conference. Trick-or-treaters will be asked to stay in groups of 6 or fewer there, avoid sticking their hands into any candy bowls, and of course, wear a mask.
This is the type of mayor Chicago should have. It's one of the most corrupt cities in the world, and there's absolutely no way it should be run by anyone less than a complete, utter crime boss, which is what she is, like the Ninja Turtle.
It's just a caricature. It's like a caricature of what you would think a liberal Democratic mayor during COVID would be, running around with the COVID buster. While all these terrible things are going on in her city. That's what I like about Tim Dillon's analysis. He points out all these horrible things that are going on in Chicago, which, like I said, are a product of capitalism. But that's why it's so absurd that she, if she was taking care of her people, if the people in Chicago actually liked her and felt like their needs were being met and the city was improving and moving towards on a path of construction rather than destruction, then it would be funny that she dressed up like the COVID destroyer for Halloween. But the fact that she's just completely neglecting her city and her constituents while running around in a Halloween costume as the Rona destroyer, that's what makes it a caricature. I'm pro-vaccine, but she'd make me reconsider. Exactly, Ross, right? Thank you so much for the €10 super chat or £10 super chat. I've really got to figure out what that is. I know you've told me before, but Ross is a consistent supporter of the show with super chats and everything. So thank you, Ross. But all right, I thought I was pro-vaccine, based on the epidemiological literature, but when I watched Lori Lightfoot in that Rona destroyer costume, I'm like, maybe we shouldn't take it. Maybe I need to get new blood, and get the vaccine out of my blood. Someone said Hardlands Media is based in Chicago and has been covering the situation with Lightfoot from the beginning. I should probably play them too then, because Hardlands Media is great, and they get suppressed by the YouTube algorithm so hard, maybe worse than anyone. Otherwise, they would be up there, or they would be way more popular. But how is this? This is the comment I wanted to respond to. How is this dude funny? Meaning Tim Dillon. Why is Midwestern Marx doing right opportunism? Like I said, I see this guy Tim Dillon as a product of of American material conditions. He's a comedian that our existing material conditions would produce. A guy who was selling subprime mortgages in the lead up to the 2008 crisis, who was addicted to Percocets, who now criticizes the American system and makes jokes about the American system. And no, he doesn't agree exactly with me on everything. He considers himself a Republican, like we were saying before we started the segment. He's not a Marxist, but it's still valuable to hear his analysis, especially because, like I said, he is a product of our material conditions. And not only that, but a lot of people listen to this guy. A lot of people watch his podcast every day. So similar to listening to someone like Tucker Carlson, when you hear their show, you can know what a lot of Americans are listening to every day. And when Tucker Carlson or Tim Dillon or whoever else that's considered a right-winger is critical of the corporations and critical of capitalism, it shows you what criticisms of capitalism people are open to, right? What criticisms of capitalism people already see. Because these shows have large audiences and they, tiptoe into criticizing capitalism and people agree with them. So we can see, what are people open to in terms of the bad things about capitalism. So, watching his show and using it to point out why we need socialism is not right opportunism, right? Watching somebody or talking to somebody or being interviewed by somebody who happens to be right wing in terms of the busted American political spectrum, which is, holds up two pro-capitalist right-wing parties. Right. It's not right opportunism to have a discussion or watch anybody who considers themselves right. You need to do that. We need to do that. A lot of Americans consider themselves right or think they have the same views as Tim Dillon. We need to reach a lot of those people. A lot of them are working class and probably open to socialism. There's a reason the dude voted for Bernie.
Would have to invade her lair. Let's see how she conceded the election.
I'm grateful that we worked together to remove a record number of guns off our streets, reduce homicides, and started making real progress on public safety.
Well, she didn't reduce homicide. I mean, and I don't know what guns she's talking about that are off the street. Certainly not the 900, murders. But now she can live with her wife and be happy and she was the mayor of Chicago. She'll always be able to tell people later on, she'll be on some lesbian cruise and they'll be like, what did you do? And she'll go, I was the mayor of Chicago. And you go, Lori was the mayor of Chicago. She just cheated at cards. Lori was the mayor of Chicago because corruption is the DNA of Chicago and it runs through this woman's veins. No matter what she does, any time in her life, she will always try to lie. And this is what I love about her so much, is that no matter what Lori Lightfoot, she literally just said, what about homicide? She goes, we decreased homicide. They were at the highest level in 25 years, but it doesn't matter. She'll always try to lie first. That's what I love about her.
You and the other right-wing nuts can try to characterize it any possible way.
Excuse me, is that appropriate?
Yeah, it is.
Is that appropriate?
Kelly?
Thank you. Mayor Lightfoot, the people that I speak with in Chicago every day tell me that they're very frustrated with your lack of a plan.
This is interesting. This commenter says the reason everybody dislikes Lori Lightfoot is because she ran as a progressive, then betrayed her constituency and sold out to the capitalists, which is interesting. I didn't know she ran as a progressive. I actually didn't even know if she was, I thought based on some of her talks that she might be even a Republican or might consider herself a conservative based on how she talked, like, we will take you to jail. But I guess Democrats get super authoritarian too when it's in their interest. But yeah, that makes it worse. And shows how progressives are often just saying crap to allow themselves to get elected.
Plan to combat violent crime. They tell me that they're very frustrated with your rhetoric. It sounds more like you support.
Sorry, I wanted to say this comment also said Chicago gets a bad rap, and I agree. I was in Chicago the other day, and that's why I think it should be the capital of the U.S. It's a beautiful city. It's an amazing city. And if you look at a place like Gary, Indiana, which is right next to Chicago, which has been deindustrialized, all their jobs have been outsourced. It used to be a manufacturing town. And at one point, it was the most crime-ridden city in America because all the jobs left and the opioids flowed in. Chicago's in much, 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 much better shape than Gary, right? In the major parts of Chicago where there's a lot of commerce, it's one of the most incredible, thriving cities in the country. It's the poorer parts, the urban areas, a lot of areas in South Side Chicago that are deteriorating and falling apart and getting worse. And there is deterioration in the inner city too, but or in the place where there's a lot of commerce in the more wealthy areas too. But it's an amazing city overall. I freaking love Chicago. I think it should be the capital of the U.S. That's part of the reason it's so frustrating that they have this mayor who, as this comment points out, ran as a progressive, ran on fixing Chicago, making it better, and then just betrayed the people and then attacked any reporters or journalists who would criticize her, tried to revoke their press credentials and called them right-wing nuts like she just did to this guy, which, he probably is, but that doesn't mean he can't ask a legitimate question.
Or to sympathize with the.
So you may not have heard the admonition at the beginning of this press conference. And frankly,
I haven't spoken as long as.
Hold on, sir. It's specific to you. Ask a question, and I'd be happy to respond. But if you continue to come in here and spout a lot of nonsense and rhetoric, if that's not a question and not acting like a journalist, then I'm not going to have any time for you. You had a whole room of people that you're holding up by not asking a question. And I know you like to film me, and then you like to go on Fox News.
Every other reporter here is filming you.
Yeah, so
I'm not the only reporter.
But what I want you to do is.
Cobra, I don't know if I necessarily agree with this. 2.7 million live in Chicago. Yes, homicide's not good. That said 800 murders out of 2.7 million is not even noticeable. I feel like it definitely is noticeable for like the families of those 800 people. Like that's a lot of murders and that's a lot of human life wiped out. And I feel like the only reason that it doesn't seem like a lot is because it's not a lot relative to other deindustrialized or other urban or other impoverished areas that capitalism has abandoned and, force people to, or force like gangs to fight each other. And well, I mean, originally the gangs were formed to protect against the police, but it's capitalism leaving these areas without any economic support, right? Any commerce or any access to like real good paying jobs, real good education. You have to work insanely hard if you want to make it out of those areas. And a lot of people just fall into gang violence and stuff. And I think that is a tragedy. And I think 800 murders, not seeming like a lot shows how much of a tragedy it is and how big of a problem this is under capitalism. That capitalism has made murder in these areas so normalized. Gang violence is so normalized under capitalism that we're like 800 isn't even that much. I think it is a lot. And, I get that people use crime statistics. They use violent crime to try and push for more police, bigger police budgets and more militarization and stuff. But that doesn't mean it's not a real statistic that's worthy of pointing out, right? If you link it to its actual causes. right? If you propose actual solutions, we're going to meet people's needs and bring them jobs and education rather than just shipping more militarized police to lock more people up. So, yeah. Exactly, though. He's not experiencing any of that yet. He's just concerned with it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, from Tim. Tim's not drawing the connection to like meeting people's material needs. I got you.
Ask a question, sir. Don't give me your right-wing nonsense and spewing of facts that are completely untethered from the reality. Just ask a question. That's all I'm asking you. Ask a question so we can move on.
Well, I'm not the only reporter filming.
Ask a question.
Right.
What's your question?
The obvious question is simply this. There are numerous violent crimes here in the city of Chicago, right? Last night, a teenager was shot in the head on our beautiful lakefront. People around the city, the state, and not only the country, but around the world.
I'm going to ask you one more
View
time.
Chicago.
I'm going to ask a question or we're moving
She's
on.
like, yeah, I shot that bitch. They're like, so a teenager was shot. Lori's like, on my orders, I had it done. I'm the boss. This is when get up Oswald Cobblepot running for mayor of Gotham City. This is when the Penguin ran Gotham City. Like Lori Lightfoot's staring at him. He's like, he goes, I don't understand. You don't have a plan to combat the crime. She's like, yeah, I am the criminal. But there was something.
I mean, even if that reporter is framing his question from a reactionary place, right? If he's saying violent crime, why aren't you sending more police there? The socialist answer to that question is so much better and so much more rational than the liberal answer. The liberal answer is you're just a right-wing nut. Get out of here, or ask the question now, or I'm revoking your press credentials and not going to let you answer or ask me any more questions. That's the liberal response, to call whoever's criticizing you or asking you a question a right-wing nut. The socialist response is to be like, well, increasing police budgets hasn't been shown to decrease violent crime. What causes violent crime, what causes people to choose a life of crime or to do a crime, is that they don't have their material needs met. They don't have the things that they need to survive comfortably. So they try to get those things by doing crime. It's why capitalism always comes with crime and a lot of black markets and a class of people that we call the lumpen proletariat, people who can't find work, so they're forced to rely on crime to meet their needs, to get the necessary means of subsistence. So the way you combat violent crime is meeting people's needs, giving people jobs, giving people education, giving people healthcare, giving people housing, making sure people have enough income to buy the things that they need to survive. So Lori Lightfoot, even if she is being asked questions by reactionaries, the answer she gave was terrible. The answer she gave made her essentially a caricature of liberalism in the modern era, what people think of when they think of liberals today. I'm kind of split on mandates, to be honest. I understand and get about not forcing people to take a vaccine, especially the lengths Lori Lightfoot went to. But in my experience, someone who's caught pneumonia at least 6 times. Reckon that you make me more susceptible to respiratory diseases. Am I justified in believing that, or am I off the mark? That you want people to get vaccinated? No, definitely not. And then mandates would make more sense if we didn't have the pharmaceutical industry that we do. Right? If people could actually trust our healthcare system, but they can't. It's a profit-based healthcare system that's been shown to lie and lie and lie in favor of their profits. So, yeah. I'm not engaging with that right opportunism argument anymore. It's a waste of time. Nice shirt, Eddie. Thank you. My mom got it for me, I think, for a wedding like 3 years ago. Maybe this year, actually. I think it was for one of my buddy's weddings. Mayor Daley Sr. The police are not here to maintain order. They are here to maintain disorder. The police are an armed body of the state with a monopoly on violence who serve for the suppression of one class of people by another. Yeah, I can react to that at some point, Jacob. I have a lot of stuff planned for today, though. Lot of good stuff. We got the organ transplant video. We also have Jordan Peterson and Dave Rubin. Let's do the organ transplants first. Then we'll cover old Jordan Peterson and old Dave Rubin. See what those goofballs have to say. But first of all, we'll talk about organ transplants. So, all right. So we recently published the Journal of American Socialist Studies 2, and this was our second print journal, our second scholarly journal. And my article in JAS 2 focused on the historical development of the American healthcare system. How does the American healthcare system function right now, and how did we get there? It talks about the pharmaceutical industry, the hospitals, different nonprofit healthcare companies that are actually making profit for executives and functioning the same way that for-profit pharmaceutical companies would. And that was actually a major focus towards the end of the journal article, is how these nonprofits work hand in hand with for-profit firms to make money for shareholders in big banks and healthcare, which is essentially the function of our healthcare system. It's been fully commodified. It serves to make money for shareholders. It doesn't serve to make people healthy, have better health outcomes, which is why the U.S. has the most expensive healthcare system in the world by far, with some of the very worst outcomes. Now, the article that we're going to focus on today specifically talks about the organ transplant industry, the way that nonprofits have monopolized this industry, and some plans that are now coming out to break that industry up and move towards a more efficient and rational system of organ transplants in healthcare. So we'll pull up that article right after this. So unfortunately, I think I forgot to actually pull up the article, so let me type it in. But the person leading this up is named Carol Johnson. This isn't the exact article I wanted, but same thing, or basically the same article. So Carol Johnson is a healthcare administrator who is now in charge of the Federal Health Resources and Services Administration. And she's the one who's proposed this plan to break up a monopoly of about 27 nonprofits who are running the organ transplant industry. So like I said, nonprofits, some of the most profitable firms, some of the most profitable organizations in the entire healthcare system are nonprofits. 7 of the 10 most profitable hospitals in the country are actually nonprofits. And if you want to know more about that, it's in the Journal of American Socialist Studies, like I said, available on MidwesternMarks.com. But the organ transplant industry is just another example of that. You have these 27 nonprofits who have monopolized the whole industry, and they're making huge sums of surplus value every year. Right? The nonprofits, or the not-for-profits, technically is what they're called, because they still make revenue, they still make surplus. So it's a little different than a nonprofit. It's a not-for-profit. And really all that means is they can't have shareholders, right? They can't make it a publicly traded company that anybody can just buy shares in, that a banker can buy shares in, then Elon Musk can just buy the majority shares and run the company. But you can still have executives. You can still have CEOs. You can still have managerial staff that makes huge sums of money, huge sums of profit off the labor of their workers. So that's what's been going on in the organ transplant industry. And meanwhile, the actual processes involved with doing organ transplants are hugely inefficient. They're hugely fragmented and split up, despite the concentration in capital. in this industry. Production is highly fragmented and mismanaged to the point where you have organs that are being discarded that shouldn't be, organs that are being lost in transportation, not ending up where they're supposed to go. All sorts of faulty technology and outdated technology is causing organ transplants to fail that shouldn't. The entire technological base that allows for organ transplants to be possible needs to be restructured. And if for those who have read my article in the Journal of American Socialist Studies too, what I'm describing here for the organ transplant industry is true of the entire healthcare system. It's all fragmented. It's all based on profit. It's all, or every sector of the industry is leading to unnecessary deaths and unnecessary poor health outcomes because of that fragmentation and irrationality in the system, and because of the profit motivations of the people on top of the system. So the main organization or the main nonprofit company running the organ transplant industry is called UNOS, UNOS, the United Network for Organ Sharing. And there are different branches of UNOS, and there are other contractors in the organ transplant industry, but they just have monopolies in their own region. So UNOS is sort of this centralized form of capital or form of monopoly or form of company that serves as a monopoly and controls a lot of the other companies in various regions. But then the contractors in specific regions have a monopoly on that region. There's very little competition in the market at all. So now Carol Johnson, this healthcare administrator, is calling on Congress to overturn laws from 1984 that basically made UNOS a government entity, that basically made these monopolies propped up by the government. And they essentially have similar powers to the government. So this was also a focus in the Journal of American Socialist Studies, the development of the legal and governmental systems of healthcare that have been developed with the influence of or under the direct control of for-profit companies, for-profit private sector companies. So a lot of the laws are just intended to enforce the interests or further the interests of giant pharmaceutical companies or giant hospitals or giant organ transplant nonprofits. And this is no different. So the government would actually break up monopolies if Carol Johnson's plan is passed. It would break up these monopolies in order to create more market competition. And then they would invest a huge sum of money in overhauling the technological base that allows organ transplants and updating it, modernizing it. So essentially a small form of central economic planning, of rational economic planning that says, okay, the market's not working here. The market's leading to monopoly here and concentration and not meeting people's needs. We're going to have the government come in, manually break up these monopolies, manually change how this market is operating, and manually change the technological base, right? Invest money in how these services are actually being provided to make it less fragmented and more efficient. It's really, a small form of central economic planning. So we'll see if it goes through. Right, it still would have to pass through Congress. The Supreme Court would have to not hold it up, which these are huge, huge, huge questions. And Carol Johnson says that her administration has the authority to push this through even without the approval of Congress. I don't know about that. I could see the Supreme Court jumping in and trying to hold up anything that would majorly change the system or majorly help people like they did with the Affordable Care Act, to the point where it was, a shell of what it should have been or what it could have been by the time it got through the Supreme Court. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like this Carol Johnson is either the rare good person who stumbled into American healthcare administration and worked her way to a regulatory position of power, which there are people like that. There are good people, good administrators within the healthcare system, within the government. It's very rare to find them, but when you do, they usually end up being a whistleblower, usually end up, trying to push good things through in a horribly corrupt system. Either that's what Carol Johnson is, or she represents a different sector of the industry who's competitive with UNOS, or, a group of hospital systems or a group of pharmaceutical shareholders or whatever else who want to get in on the organ transplant industry and who want to break up this UNOS monopoly and get in on some of that money. Maybe Carol Johnson just represents a different sector, a competitive sector of the overall U.S. healthcare system. But to be fair, her record is pretty decent. I looked into it. She worked with Obama, and she's worked in the super corrupt system forever, but she worked with Medicaid and then directly worked on crafting Obamacare, which makes me think that she pushed through or helped push for the Medicaid expansion in Obamacare. And this is speculation, but the Medicaid expansion was by far the best part of the Affordable Care Act, the best part of Obamacare. And honestly, one of the most helpful pieces of legislation or pieces of policy pushed through the government in the last 45 years for working people, because it allowed more people to get on Medicaid, which is one of the most highly well-approved healthcare funding, healthcare payers in the United States, because our for-profit insurance company is so bad, right? Any kind of public insurance that people can get, they tend to love. But so if Carol Johnson helped push that through, again, it could be like Obamacare was ultimately a right-wing policy designed by Mitt Romney and a Republican think tank. But maybe Carol Johnson was on the inside trying to get Medicaid expansion through as part of Obamacare, as part of the Affordable Care Act. There are people like that. That's kind of what Bernie Sanders does in Congress, to try and slip helpful things into larger legislations. And like I said, that was really the only good part of the Affordable Care Act. A lot of it was just mandating that people buy private insurance from the for-profit insurance industry. But the Medicaid expansion was great. And also Carol Johnson worked with trying to combat the opioid epidemic. And she worked with some big healthcare NGOs, which is like, it's a little sketchy, but she never worked with like big pharma or any, really sketchy organizations directly. So maybe this is a good thing, right? Maybe this is a good thing being pushed through by someone who has some good intentions on the inside, but we'll see if it gets through. They usually don't like to let things pass if they're beneficial to people. And this is what I mean. Like, I talked about this in the Journal of American Socialist Studies, and I say this over and over and over again. Medicare for all would not be enough to fix our healthcare system, right? Medicare for all would get rid of the private insurance industry. It would make insurance public. So everybody would be covered. Everybody would have access to healthcare, and it would technically be through the government. It would be through a single payer. So we'd have a pool of money that pays for healthcare like we do now, except for-profit shareholders wouldn't be sucking money out of that pool and taking it for themselves and using it to lobby the government. Right? It would just be a pool of money that we all pay into, and it funds healthcare. But while that would be good and way better than our current system where 40,000 people die every year because they don't have access to healthcare, it would not fix the system because the whole system is rotten. Every aspect, every element of the system is rotten, from organ transplants to ambulances to the people producing the healthcare machinery, to the people producing the information technology, to the pharmaceutical companies, to the medical academies, which are deeply influenced by pharmaceutical companies and other for-profit industries, to the government apparatuses like the World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, the NIH. There's good research that come out of these things, good things that come out of these institutions, but they're largely captured by corporations. So you need to make the whole system public, not just the insurance industry, right? We need to make organ transplants public. We need to make the ambulance companies public. We need to make the hospitals public. The clinics need to be public, right? Because if you leave profit incentive in healthcare, if you don't nationalize the whole thing, they're going to continue to screw up healthcare. They're going to continue to make it something that serves the profit interests of shareholders while ignoring the health of the country, which is, its function is supposed to be keeping people healthy, promoting better health outcomes among the American people. That's not what it does. And this is the whole purpose or the whole thesis of my journal entry from the Journal of American Socialist Studies, is that this all stems from the fact that healthcare is sold as a commodity in this country. It's commodified. And there's a contradiction that Marx realizes in chapter 1 of Capital Volume 1. the contradiction within the commodity between use value and exchange value. Exchange value is how much the commodity can be sold for on the market, its price, its money, how much money the capitalist will get for selling it. And that represents the commodity's value when compared to all the other commodities in circulation on the market. And then there's the use value, right? The use value is not quantitative like the exchange value. You can't put a number on it, but every commodity has a use value, otherwise it won't be sold. And that's how useful it is to the person, how useful it is to the person buying it. And in healthcare, the use value is that it'll make people healthy, that it's supposed to make people better, and it's supposed to help them regain their health. That's supposed to be the function. That is the use value of healthcare services, healthcare commodities. The exchange value is just how much money the pharmaceutical companies or the hospital systems or whoever else make from selling you healthcare, selling you medicine. And in the case of opioids, they knew that the use value of the commodity was going to get people addicted, was going to lead to hundreds of thousands of people dying every year, but they lied about it in order to make profit, in order to maximize their exchange value, which the exchange value, the money that they pay for all their operations, that's called reproduction. And then the surplus above that, the surplus above what they pay for wages and for the tools that they need to continue providing these services, selling these commodities, is their surplus value. It's a surplus or a surplus of exchange value over what they need to pay for production. And this is what the American healthcare system, the entire system, is aimed at producing: surplus value, exchange value, not use value, and often at the expense of use value, which is the contradiction that Marx begins his analysis of capitalism with in Capital Volume 1, the contradiction between exchange and use value. But people really want to say Marxism ain't useful today. Well, read the Journal of American Socialist Studies, you dang people. I'm tired of hearing it. Medicare for all would just be a handout to the rest of the U.S. healthcare industry. And I hate to say it, right? And I hate to say like Republicans are correct about Medicare for all in any way, because they're just trying to prevent any public healthcare system from coming about. They're always trying to cut Medicare and Medicaid and then claiming that they're not, because those policies are so popular, those programs are so popular with the people, that Republicans would kill themselves electorally if they said that they didn't support them. But they're always trying to cut them. But what they say is that Medicare for all would be too expensive, or it would be hugely expensive for taxpayers. And it would be cheaper for taxpayers than our current system, because we would no longer have, profit motive, have to pay the profits of shareholders in the insurance industry, right? Our premiums that we pay every month wouldn't consist of shareholder profits, or wouldn't be going towards that, or lobbying, or all these bureaucratic administrative costs that would save millions and millions of dollars for people. But you would still be funding, Medicare for all would still be funding the profits of the pharmaceutical industry and ambulance industry and the healthcare providers, because you wouldn't be making those systems public. So there would still be shareholders taking tons of money. And if they always knew that their commodities were going to have a buyer, if they knew that the government was going to be a permanent buyer but never do anything to address their greed, then they would likely just jack up the prices, right? And they would jack up the prices even higher than they are now. And like I said, it would still be cheaper. I still support Medicare for all. I still think we should march for Medicare for all and stuff. But, it's ultimately the government paying for these absurdly inflated prices, rather than the government seizing the people setting these absurdly inflated prices. It's getting rid of the insurance industry, which is the worst aspect of our healthcare system. But the insurance industry only exists because our healthcare system's privatized, commodified, and based on the production of surplus value and exchange value. So you gotta revolutionize the whole system, nationalize the whole system, not just insurance. So Medicare for all would not be enough. That's not to say right-wingers are correct when they talk about Medicare for all, or American Republicans. You should watch yesterday's White House briefing where they kicked out Simone Atiba, an African reporter. It was a mask-off moment for libs. Ooh, interesting. We'll definitely look at that right now, actually, because that sounds similar to the Lori Lightfoot video we were watching earlier, for one. Two, it just sounds interesting. Simone Atiba.
Yeah, right. You're right.
Gosh, I cannot stand any of these press secretaries. Any of them. Sean Spicer was my favorite because he was funny. He made me laugh. And there was that report about him hiding behind the bushes from reporters. But these Sarah Huckabee Sanders and all of the Biden press secretaries, they're liars. They're mouthpieces for these murderous imperialist pro-finance capital administrations. Right? The administration goes and does the most horrible things they can behind everyone's back, serves Wall Street and the big banks behind everyone's back while claiming to fight for the regular person, claiming to fight for working Americans. And then this is just the person who has to come out and lie to working Americans. That's their whole job, is to lie to working Americans and say that Joe Biden is serving the working people of America rather than the finance capitalists of America.
Yeah, right. You're right. You're here for me. Refer me. No. That's not. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
From across the room, you've been discriminating against me and discriminating against some people in the briefing room. And I'm saying that this is the U.S. This is not China. This is not Russia. This is not Russia.
Okay.
What you are doing, you are making a more.
Who is this person in the background? The Democrats really want to say they're different than the Republicans and they're better than Trump, but this looks like a member of the Trump family. That looks like Ivanka. Is that Jason Sudeikis? What is this?
It's been 7 months. You've not called on me. You've not my messages. I'm saying that that's not right. That's not right.
Fun times. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Welcome to the press briefing room. Okay.
This is not right. Let it go.
Why are there actors at a White House press briefing, Cobra Commander? All of our politicians are actors. The president of Ukraine right now is an actor hired by Biden. I'd rather have Jason Sudeikis as my president than Joe Biden.
Are we ready? Are we going to behave?
You can't keep discriminating against some people in the briefing room because you don't like them, you don't like them.
So you have a choice.
No,
You have a choice. You have a choice.
A number of people
Okay.
in the briefing room, and I'm saying that that's not right. This is not China. This is not Russia. This is the United States. This is the White House. It's been 7 months. I sent you
The rest of us are here too, pal.
It's been 7 months. You guys have not done anything for
If
me.
you have grievances, you should bring them to her later.
I have
Right now,
done
this is
that. I've
for the
done that.
entire
All my
press
emails have.
And I can't stand that with all of these videos. Whoever's talking, whoever's supposedly or supposed to be answering the questions, they act so condescending, whether it's Lori Lightfoot or one of the White House press secretaries. They're just like, are you going to shut up? You people are just such crazy nuts. Asking me questions as the representative for the most powerful office in America, as if there's something wrong with America right now. You idiots. I just can't wait for you to shut up. And then you hear all the other journalists in the background who are just mouthpieces for the State Department, for the White House, and for finance capitalists, the same way that Joe Biden's press secretary is, telling that person to shut up. Would you cool it, man? Would you cool it? We're American journalists. We're here to serve as mouthpieces for the rich and powerful. Quit asking all these questions, man. Don't you have any civility and decorum? You're acting a lot like Trump now. asking real questions, criticizing us. It's so insufferable to watch.
And the press corps is tired of dealing with this. It isn't about you, Simon.
Understand that you get questioned all the time and you don't understand what it is to sit here for 8 months and being discriminated against. Understand that you're in the front row and you feel comfortable and you get questioned all the time. But there are people in the back who don't get any questions.
Don't make assumptions about what the rest of us do. Mind your manners when you're in here. If you have a problem, you bring it up afterwards. But you are impinging on everybody in here who's only trying to do their job.
Okay, thank you.
By asking real questions, you're infringing on everyone in here who's trying to do their job and act as mouthpieces for the State Department. Stop it, Simon. Mind your, literally as Ed James Smith says, mind your manners. Mind your manners. That's not what journalists are supposed to do. Right? They need to be respectable, presentable, they need to be professional. But they're not supposed to mind their manners. They're supposed to ask impolite questions because they're not there to be the friend of the government the same way these other stenographers to power are. These people scolding this guy for asking a real question who call themselves journalists. Right? Your job isn't to be polite. Your job isn't to make friends with Biden and his press secretary. Your job is to make sure that they're not lying to and defrauding the American public, which they are right now in a way that's pushing us closer towards World War III. Yet journalists are attacking their own for asking any tough questions.
Against some people because you don't agree with their question, you're offended by your question.
We all heard it. All right.
And no answer, of course. I didn't know if I was muted or not. No answer. Let's see here. He went on. Should I watch this, the longer version of it? Or should I watch him on Tucker? I'll watch this.
Hello. I wonder why so many people are here today. Yeah, right. You're right. You're here for me. You're for me. No. That's not. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
So she literally told him not to ask a question because she has these celebrities there. These people from the TV show. No, you're not asking real questions of the president. The president has these TV show actors here today. Are you kidding me? This literally makes our country look like a joke. This is actually kind of a good representation of the politics in our country. There's someone trying to ask a real question about real serious issues, and the presidential administration is like, don't you know we have famous people here? Just watch the famous people and shut up.
Okay. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the press briefing room. Okay. Are you ready? Are we going to behave? While many folks... Decorum, please. Sorry to our guests. We apologize. Yes, I apologize. I apologize. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Oh my God. That looks like she just brought the celebrities up there with her, like Biden and the administration's handlers backstage were like, here, we know everybody's going to interrogate you about all the bad stuff that's been going on. Here, we have an idea. We got Jason Sudeikis and these attractive human beings from this TV show. Take them with you, and then they won't be able to ask you any questions. You can say, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. And then it didn't work. And they're like, dang it. They're talking to her through the earpiece. Like, send them back. I really thought that would work. I'd send Jason Sudeikis back here. We got to send him to India for another meeting now. The audio is not great. These guys feel like paid actors. Oh, wait. So he just continues to try and ask the question until they kick him out. That helped to see the full context there. Because it's like she literally brought the actors out as if that was going to deflect from any reasonable questions. She was like, no, we're not doing this today. We have famous people here. Oh my goodness, this administration is... It's like you can't even parody this administration. You can't even do an SNL sketch making fun of it because the actual administration might as well be an SNL skit. So let's see. It looks like this guy went on Tucker. We'll see what he's all about and what he had to say.
If you want to know what a complete sham, what a fraudulent, grotesque perversion of reality the White House briefings have become, you should see what happened today. The low IQ White House press secretary brought in a bunch of TV actors to stand there so she could promote a TV show for some reason. Why are we doing this again? She never really explained. Mental Health Day or something. None of them were doctors. But at the same time, even she was promoting a TV show, the White House press secretary refused to take questions from actual reporters. First on that list would be our friend Simon Atiba of Today News Africa. So today, Atiba just got frustrated and called out the White House press secretary for ignoring his actual questions for months. Watch what happened next.
What you're doing, you're making a mockery of the First Amendment. It's been 7 months. You've not called on me. You've not my messages. I'm saying that's not right. That's not right.
Welcome back.
So he's been called, been raising his hand for 7 months without being called on because they know he's going to ask tough questions. So they just call on the people who they know are going to be stenographers to power, which is the same way like the UFC, the main MMA organization. That's how they handle press. Anybody who criticizes them whatsoever has their press credentials revoked and they can't talk to Dana White anymore. And it makes it hard to make it in the industry because you have to have access to the UFC if you want to have people read your articles. So that's the biggest organization in the sport. But the actual White House is run like the UFC.
Welcome to the press briefing room.
That's not right. This is not China. This is not Russia. This is the United States. This is the White House. It's been 7 months. I sent you
The rest of us are here too, pal.
It's been 7 months.
The rest of us are here too, pal. Yeah, well, if you're someone who wants to ask a real question, he's standing up for you. I guarantee that's someone who just said that, who gets called on all the time. Probably a New York Times reporter who's never said anything critical about Biden in his life. And this is the administration that's putting so much effort towards destroying Russia and China, sending all our tax dollars towards a proxy war against Russia. Talking about how China's an evil dictatorship who's sending a spy balloon to come watch over the American people. And, we need to keep investing in our military and never, ever do anything to the American people so we can fight Russia and China. Because they're dictatorships and they don't have freedom like us, freedom of speech. Okay, then what is this? What is this? Why are certain people censored by the press secretary in the highest office in the land? Aren't we a dictatorship? Should Russia and China come liberate our people from our dictatorial leaders?
If you have grievances, you should bring them to her later.
I have done that. All my emails have been
And the
ignored.
press corps is tired of dealing with this.
It isn't about you,
I understand
Simon.
that you get questioned all the time and you don't understand what it is to sit here for 8 months and be discriminated against. I understand that you're in the front row and you feel comfortable and you get questioned all.
I love it. He's saying exactly what I said. You're in the front row, buddy. You're telling me to shut up and that you're tired of dealing with me. You're in the front row and you have your questions answered all the time because you're not asking any tough questions.
But there are people in the back who don't get any questions.
Don't make assumptions about what the rest of us do. Mind your manners when you're in here. If you have a problem, you bring it up afterwards.
What has just occurred this last 10, 15 minutes is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. So we're either going to continue.
These people are scum. These people are scum. The state is a tool of suppression with the monopoly on violence. And that's the only way you could be this freaking arrogant as this woman right now lecturing. The way you've conducted yourself here is unacceptable. I'm going to put a stop to this. No, the way you're conducting yourself is unacceptable. If you want to call this country a freaking democracy, you're still calling this country a democracy when corporations put you in this position and you're picking and choosing who gets to ask you questions, which members of the press get to report on what you're doing, and you're only picking those who are literal microphones of the Biden administration, literal stenographers to power, and anyone critical is being systematically ignored. And then if they speak up about it, you're saying, this isn't acceptable. You're giving them a lecture. You're not acceptable. You are a public servant. You're supposed to be. And right now you're going full mask off and showing that you are a suppressor of the public. You are a suppressor of the working masses, and you are a suppressor of democracy. And this is a full mask off moment, trying to lecture a reporter who wants to be critical or who wants to ask you a tough question as the White House press secretary. This makes my skin crawl, as James Ed Smith says here. Gross. All they do is gaslight. Literally, they all gang up on him too, like a band of freaking vultures. How dare you attack finance capital? Throw these journalists in a room of regular people, regular Americans, and they're all going to side with him, and they're all going to think the Biden press secretary is a psycho suppressing democracy, and now I see why all the other news reports about this were edited. They were edited to not show the whole interaction because of how bad it makes the Biden administration look. And of course, we have to rely on freaking Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson's like the best journalist we have in the mainstream media in the US, which should not be the case, which is insane to say because of some of the ridiculous positions that Tucker Carlson has done and some of the pseudo journalism he's done and how he's been a mouthpiece for corporations forever. But he's the only one who's willing to tell the truth about anything in the legacy media.
You the briefing, or we can just end the briefing right here.
Outrageous doesn't even describe what we just played for you. So here you have the White House press secretary, whose job it is to answer questions from journalists on behalf of the entire American population, hijacking the event to promote a TV show, and then screaming at a guy who wants his questions answered. And then the other shills in the room don't take the side of their fellow journalist, but take the side of the lady at the front to whom they are actually beholden and try and shut down Simon Atiba. Who did that? This is a partial list. That would include Jeff Mason of Reuters, who should be ashamed, Brian Karam of CNN, Associated Press correspondent Zeke Miller, even apologized to the press secretary later in the press conference. They, again, should be ashamed of themselves. And previous generations of reporters would have turned on them. Really, you're taking her side? She's a liar? Your job is not to suck up to power. It's to serve your viewers and readers by getting to the truth. But instead, they piled on Simon Atiba. Really the most revealing moment maybe ever in the White House press room. We are honored now to be joined by Simon Atiba himself. Simon, thank you so much for coming on. We're really glad to have you. What prompted, you seem very frustrated there. What prompted your exchange with the press secretary?
Yes, thank you, Tucker. Thank you for having me on your show. I'm grateful. The First Amendment protects the freedom of speech, the press, and assembly, and the right to petition your government to seek redress. And that First Amendment says that I have the right to ask questions, to do my job, and the press secretary doesn't need to like me, date me, marry me, have 2 Black children with me. She doesn't need all that. She doesn't even need to like my accent, doesn't need to like what I look like, where I come from. They look down on me. They don't respect the First Amendment.
And that's why it's so disgusting to hear one of his fellow journalists tell him to mind his manners. It's not your job. Your job isn't to have good manners and be nice to these people. Your job is to find out if they're lying to the American public, which they are.
And so what has been happening in the White House is in the past 7 months, I've done all the right things. I've not been called on. I've gone to her office to seek a meeting. She said that she will meet with me next year. I've sent questions about the Nigerian election, about, the problems, challenges in Africa. And they've not called on me, even as the vice president is going to Africa, even as...
So this is interesting because he's been asking about Africa, asking questions about Africa, and the Biden voice crack. Kamala Harris is going to Africa to try and develop relations. And we covered that on the show recently. It was basically Kamala Harris just being like, stop trading with China and Russia and trade with us or else. But this says, Where Pilgrim says, given how important relations with African nations are right now, you'd think she'd at least be respectful with her disdain, LOL. Yeah, and maybe this is really an expression of the underlying frustration that the Biden administration feels about losing Africa to China and to Russia. The U.S. has been, in Europe especially, have been exploiting Africa for resources and labor for years and years and years and years. And of course, that continent is where a lot of the world's mineral wealth is. It's where your touchscreen on your cell phone comes from, a mineral called cobalt, which is mined by a lot of child labor in Africa. But that's what the U.S. has been doing, and using structural adjustment loans from the IMF and World Bank to do so, perpetrating violent coups. AFRICOM is the U.S. Africa Command, which has basically does a shadow drone war against the entire continent, surveils the entire continent with drones, and has military bases set up in almost every country. Biden redeployed troops to Somalia and has been bombing Somalia. U.S. has been exploiting Africa for years. Then China's coming in, offering Africa all these low-interest development-based loans, building up the industry and productive forces in these countries that have been prevented from developing for years by the U.S. and Western finance capital. And African countries, unsurprisingly, are saying, yeah, we're gonna keep building closer relations with Russia and China. Why would we not? The U.S. is trying to destroy us and keep us poor. Russia and China is trying to build us up, make us rich, and keep us as trade partners and allies. Right? We don't want to be colonized. We want to have trade partners. So the Biden administration in the U.S. is getting increasingly frustrated. They can't do anything. They're just trying to ramp up the rhetoric with China and moving us closer towards World War III, because China's just investing, developing. And the U.S. is looking at it like, stop, you're doing neocolonialism. We would never do such a thing. And, this guy's trying to ask questions about that. So the press secretary is probably like, this dude sucks. He won't shut up. He keeps bringing up the fact that we're no longer able to colonize Africa without any resistance. So I don't know, maybe some underlying stuff there.
As the First Lady, Jill Biden, went to Africa, even when they received 50 African leaders for the U.S. African Summit in Washington, D.C., the guy who covers the White House, the African guy who covers the White House, is looked down upon in the greatest country in the world, in the most advanced country where freedom of speech is protected. It's a shame what happened today. One of the guys that you showed there now, Brian, he was kicked out of the WACA because he became violent in the Rose Garden. It's a disgrace. It's very violent. He attacks many people. It's a shame. What happened to me today, it's a total disgrace, and it's happening in the Biden White House. And when it happens to Jim Acosta of CNN, because they respect him, he's white, he works for CNN, I'm black, I'm African, I don't have money, they look down on me, I don't have the opportunities that they have, and they don't treat me the same way. I need to do my job. The freedom of speech and the press in the US allows me to do my job, and that's the only thing that I'm trying to do. And they are stonewalling me, trying to help Karine Jean-Pierre, and it's a shame.
The fact that Jeff Mason and the rest, who should be ashamed of himself, took the White House side against you is really one of the most awful things I've ever seen. I was shocked by it, as cynical as I am, and
why do they even pretend that we have a First Amendment anymore? But this is what Marx said, right? Liberalism, these liberal democracies like the US and France and UK, they were founded on the idea that you have freedom of political expression. You have political liberty. The masses have democracy. They have control over their political system. You can't infringe on their speech, their right to political expression. The government will protect private property. They'll protect the economic rights of the bourgeois class, but they'll give everybody freedom to control the government, to control the politics. But when wealth and capital accumulates, the capitalists, the ruling economic class, will seize hold of the government, turn it into a financial oligarchy, and they'll use it as a tool of suppression, a tool of class division. This is what Marx says. So we won't have our political democracy. We won't have our freedom of speech. We'll have a tool of suppression controlled by the capitalists that has a monopoly on violence. And that's exactly what we have. There's no political democracy. There's no freedom of expression. There's no First Amendment right to free speech. You can have your freaking press credentials revoked by the executive office itself, by the president himself, can just take it away, or the mayor of Chicago, if you're trying to do local reporting, can just take your press credentials away. They have NATO operatives and former State Department operatives running all the social media apps, running TikTok. Of course, we see what's going on with the Twitter files right now, and seeing all the censorship that was going on and how Twitter was being pressured by U.S. government apparatuses and intelligence apparatuses to censor people and, impact the election. We know that Facebook did the same thing under pressure from the FBI, and TikTok removed 30,000 accounts that they said were Russian accounts, or maybe it was 300,000, some insane number of accounts, wiped out hundreds of thousands of videos. And this was all done, but like I said, by State Department and NATO operatives, as the government was threatening to ban TikTok if they didn't hand over management of the U.S. portion of their company to this Texas-based company called Oracle, known for their connections to the State Department and U.S. intelligence. And yet they want to say we have freedom of speech. All of this is going on every media apparatus in the country, including these social media apparatuses that are supposed to democratize speech and give people more connection and more communication power, which they have for sure. Technological era has done that, and that has implications for organizing and for socialism. But they're so tightly controlled now. Every aspect, every facet of information production in this country, whether entertainment media or news media, is controlled and altered by the ruling class. Everything you see, except for me on your screen right now, is altered by the ruling class. But if the ruling class didn't suppress us, we'd have 300,000 people watching the stream right now, which is why, to help us combat algorithmic suppression, be sure to like, comment, and share the stream. If you want to support us financially, you can become a YouTube member or a Midwestern Marks Patreon supporter. We really appreciate either one. $10 Patreon and YouTube members get access to the Journal of American Socialist Studies, the ebook, and yeah. I'm trying to read off. This is all of our $10 YouTube members. So thanks to all of these folks. We have Kev, Sam Dixon, Trevor Kister, Comrade Nikto, Alexander Meta Peastriana. Sorry, I can't see your full name, Comrade. Christopher Bussell, Duck Hash Browns, Red Scary, Insomniac 2007, ILL State Fishing, and Dustin Schlesinger. That's all our YouTube members. Thank you to those folks. You get emotes with that also, little emotes of me and Carlos, or like emojis. On Patreon, our $10 Patreon supporters. Thank you to all these people: A. Coco, Amazaline, Andrew Tibbetts, Anna Williams, Ariel, A.O. Hillary, Benjamin Calvette, Brady, Bryce Rafa, Burnt Reynolds, Christopher Stombaugh, CJ, Cody, David Burney, David Rock, Debbie Hode, Dennis, DRRD, Elliot Cook, Gabe Glasser, Galactic Beyond, Julie Trice, Glenn Goldman, Hobie Huckle, Jorge, Hecken Klepp Norman, Ian Snyder, Iraj Rafiq, Isaac Hohen, Jack Kelleher, Jeremy Bishop, Joseph Hoffer, Joseph Machado, Julie P67, Christopher Bussell, Loaf of Kropotkin, Lucas Meadows, Marvin Roman, Mashed Answers, Philip Gendralt, Pranav Simha, Semi-Autonomous, Sergio Puchetta, SJ Mage, The Davey, Tiva, Tom Smith, Uncle Joey, Victorio R, Vince Barbosa, almost there, Wit, Xenon Tuning, aka Moon Factor, Zachary Quisenberry, and that's it. Yeah, that's all of our $10. So thank you to all those people. A project would not be possible without you. The Journal of American Socialist Studies would not be possible without you. I have to go refill my water, so enjoy this video of me wrestling in the meantime. This was in the third place match at U23 Nationals, which is it's like the national tournament in Greco-Roman, but for college kids. And I mean, high school kids can enter too, but it's mostly college kids. This guy wrestled for some D1 school in California.
Red zone.
How am I doing, folks? Did I win yet? Oh, can't cover up the score. I hit 2 for that. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here on Parallel Dev. No need to thank me. Let me go grab one more thing here. Yay, we did it. Go me. Is there a playlist of my matches out there? No, but maybe I should make one so people can find them. Just all the matches of me winning. No need to watch me losing. One time I lost to a libertarian guy, and all the libertarians on TikTok just kept sharing the video, and like they reached out to the guy and got like a hold of him and got him to share like the video of him beating me, and it said like libertarians defeat communists. He like shared it on his story. Like, you bastards. Like, I'd like to see you wrestle that guy, Prax Ben, or you TikTok libertarians sharing this. Prax Ben just did a video. When I searched socialism, it was like Prax Ben trying to debunk Hakeem, which is, it's the same thing he always does. So for those who don't know, this is my rival. Some guy I always argue with on TikTok. When I search Prax Ben Hakeem, you see the first thing that comes up is me in a leopard print like pimp costume, and Hassan Piker and Ben, which is the Midwestern Marks video. Oh, Midwestern Marks. And then you see these two videos of Prax Ben debunking Hakeem, which is, he uses the word debunk so loosely. And I also did a full like 2-3 hour debate with this guy. It's okay. It was like 2 years ago before I knew anything close to what I know now, but you know, I still think that we did fine in the debate. It was me and my buddy Matt Connolly, and Ben made himself look real dumb, but he uses the word debunk so liberally. So he'll just make a video where Hakeem says, like, you know, here's why socialism was better. This is all the economic statistics, the productive statistics, the industrialization statistics, and I'm going to compare all these statistics, and here's the results of this study and that study. And then Ben will be like, well, no, the Cato Institute or the Mises Institute, this right-wing or libertarian corporate-funded mega think tank or mega non-governmental organization, published this article saying that socialism's actually bad. Debunked, you're wrong. Or he'll just cherry pick the data and be like, that's not what it says, or try and find minor errors, or not even errors, but he'll try and extrapolate from the data in various studies to say that those studies are wrong and socialists can't actually use them to say that socialism is good. Any study that suggests something Ben doesn't like, he just says, you know, no, not a good study. I looked through it. It's wrong. And debunked. Like, you can't just say debunked. Right, that doesn't make you correct, just saying the word debunked. He also, I don't think he ever has any cockshot responses, because Paul Cockshot engages directly with the neoclassical economists, which is who, like Mises was a neoclassical economist, and these people like Prax Ben claim to be followers of Mises and Hayek, and some of them probably Milton Friedman too, but some of them probably not. But Paul Cockshott engages directly with the neoclassicals. I did too in my last article. I haven't seen Prax Ben make anything about my last article, which engaged directly with neoclassical economics. But yeah, nothing engaging with Paul Cockshott. So when people debunk his ideas and actually debunk them on their foundation, he doesn't engage with it. But when other people express ideas, he just nitpicks the data and says, "Nope, this is wrong. I'm right. I'm the best." ANCAP is possible. They literally told me that in the debate. They're like, "I still believe anarcho-capitalism is possible. Capitalism with no government at all. Just complete, unregulated, unfiltered capitalism. It's still possible. We can do it." And I just sat there shaking my head. Like, you really don't think that the corporations wouldn't just make private militaries or private police forces that just do whatever they want? If there wasn't any kind of government, any kind of public government, or any kind of public system, any kind of public apparatuses. Well, I've done a lot of videos about this guy. Here's our debate, if anyone's interested. It's one of our most viewed videos. This guy, I think in the top left, was probably on Adderall or some kind of amphetamines. He just thinks like Ben Shapiro school, like if I talk fast enough, I'm right. Mises, I believe, supported fascism. Really? I mean, his economic ideas were absurd. I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, "Oh, well, fascism's better than the Soviet Union and socialism type guy, because they're doing economic planning, and I wrote in my book that that's not allowed." I said that economic planning would never be possible. So any country who does it, I think they should be killed by the Nazis. That's the Mises thesis that I just made up, but is probably true. Hakeem presents accurate data and evidence. Prax Ben response. LOL, no, debunked because Mises wreck. Yeah, exactly. Like the ECP response, that's all it is. Like socialists understand the ECP better than libertarians, because socialists actually have to engage with ECP stands for economic calculation problem. And Hayek, Hayek came up with his own version of it, but originally Mises wrote that economic planning in any kind of country, in any republic, is impossible. You can never make it as efficient as the market, because the market is too complex. And then his standard for efficiency is just whatever the market does, right? So if economic planning can't replicate the market, which it can, he says that it's inefficient, and therefore it's impossible to have a planned economy, and socialism could never work. So socialists, because they have to actually engage with economic calculation, understand the ECP. You see that in Hakeem and Paul Cockshott's videos about it, laying out, what are the problems of economic calculation, but why they don't make economic calculation impossible or inefficient when compared to the market. Versus libertarians just use the ECP as like an ultimate out, right? They can always keep believing the irrational stuff they believe because of the ECP, right? Because the ECP says that socialism is impossible and it will never be possible, as if Mises and Hayek could predict the future. So, no matter how debunked or how thoroughly libertarians get destroyed in debates, or how wrong they see their arguments in favor of anarcho-capitalism actually are, they can always say, well, socialism could never work because of the ECP, right? ECP. And the libertarians on TikTok have literally use it like that, right? Anytime they hear a good argument in favor of socialism, they go ECP, because it allows them to just continue to believe in unregulated capitalism, even though it's so irrational and absurd, even from a theoretical standpoint. You can't even make it sound good. So yeah, that's the ECP. Got off on an ECP rant today. What up, peeps? Happy Wednesday to y'all. What up, Sam Dixon? We just mentioned you when I was reading off our YouTube members and thanking them. Are you planning on doing any more debates in the future? I would. I've challenged plenty of people to debates. Nobody seems to want to do it anymore. After I ran through the libertarians in one debate and then spent 2 years reading after that and expanding my base of knowledge, nobody seems to want to debate me. It's almost like I'm on TikTok surrounded by a bunch of political hacks who don't actually feel confident in defending their ideas. Another internet right-wing Ben that I thoroughly dislike. The other is Ben Shabibo, who said that. There, Jago, yep. When the ANCAP police come to arrest me on behalf of Peter Thiel, you just lost yourself a customer. I will not be buying your products after you throw me in the libertarian torture chamber. I will no longer buy Apple products after they tortured my mom for not buying an iPad. I love Ancapistan. The market will stop torturing moms soon, though. We'll just all have to stop buying their products. Unfortunately, the media won't report on anything that the Ancapistan police are doing because the media is owned by the same people who own the police. Ancapistan is great. Who is someone that you think you'd have a productive debate with? Also, what do you think constitutes a good debate? A debate, honestly, where people are like engaging honestly, where people aren't just trying to own each other and make the other one look stupid. That leads to a lot of like purposefully not understanding the other person's argument or trying to straw man their argument, make it something it's not, to make the other person seem like they're just absurd and crazy. Right. But in an actual debate, you're laying out two different arguments and then letting the viewers see which one they agree with. And like the person I challenged to a debate was Hunter Avallone. Hunter Avallone is a former conservative commentator who I didn't watch him when I was in high school, but like I knew who he was and I would see like his conservative videos. And then he got wrecked in a debate by Vush, and then started moving left, but he's basically just kind of become like a liberal. And now he debates conservatives from like a liberal perspective. But I felt like debating him would be interesting because clearly he's someone who's more honest, right? Because he lost so many followers, dude. And I respect him for doing this. He lost so many subscribers and so much of his base when he switched, when he started changing his positions, which is so hard to do. I talk about this all the time. You don't realize this until you're in this sort of media sphere where your income is tied to what you say and your audience and what you produce. But there's so much pull. There's so much incentive to just say what your audience wants you to say. Say what's going to grow your show. Say what's going to grow your popularity. And keep your positions the same. Like I always say, Kyle Kalinski's been saying the same thing for like 10, 12 years because he knows what his base wants. So he just says that over and over and over again. So it takes so much courage when you're in that position to change your positions, to change what you believe, to change what you think and what you say, because you're going to lose your audience, at least part of it. And that's what Hunter Avallone did. So because of that and because of the respect I have for that kind of intellectual honesty, in a world or a media sphere totally deprived of it, I wanted to debate him. Here's Hunter's channel. He never got back to me. I think he knows like it wouldn't, like he's probably not. I mean, we don't have as many followers as him for one, or subscribers, but two, he's probably not on the same like level. I'm trying to say this without sounding like condescending or arrogant, but like I have my degree in politics, you know, like this is what I study, this is what I do. And you know, I try and do it at an academic level in, you know, in a really serious way, versus I think he's just trying to be more of a YouTube commentator, you know, and I'm sure he wants to make positive change, but yeah, I don't know if he's real confident about how he would do in a debate is what I'm trying to say. I always say things the exact opposite of what would build me an audience. Yeah, it's hard. You got to learn. Also, the Hitchens versus Parenti debate on the Iraq War is amazing. Parenti wins over the crowd, and Hitchens resorts to intellectual bullying. Absolutely. That is one of my favorite debates of all time. We should have talked about that in our Iraq War deep dive. Because Hitchens is using his, like, Hitchens was like part of this new atheist movement. Yeah. When I pull up the debate, you can see that I was just recently watched about half of it. Hitchens is part of this like new atheist movement, and they're talking, they criticize religion. It's all fine and good, criticize religion. But he takes his criticism of religion and his criticism of Islam and the Muslim faith to the point where he supports the war in Iraq. He supports the war on terror. And he says, we got to go get all these Islamic extremist groups. And of course, the war in Iraq helped bring Al-Qaeda a whole bunch of power and influence and created ISIS. So it did the exact opposite of what Hitchens said it was going to do. And Parenti was proven right. Tanky's proven right again. But it's so crazy to go watch this debate in hindsight, now knowing how the Iraq War went. So crazy. I saw a debate with Hitchens and Stephen Fry where the audience votes for a motion, yay or nay, and then they vote at the end of their debate to see how peeps change their mind after hearing arguments. Oh, that would be really interesting. I wish they would have done that for this debate, the Hitchens-Parenti one. You should call into David Pakman's show and debate his sock them imperialist ass. I would love to. I used to watch David Pakman, so he'd be one of my favorite people to call in and do a debate with. And he takes calls, so. Hunter Avalone said in a debate, if you don't trust the CIA, then who do you trust? That's kind of funny, but I would be nice to Hunter Avalone. I wouldn't try and make him look stupid. I would try and convince him that Marxism is the way to go. The new atheists criticize some religions way more than others, to say the least. Yeah, that was the other thing about that movement, was it was all focused on radical Islam, to the point where they literally aided the war on terror's propaganda effort, for sure, because they totally ignored all these other religions and bad things that result from those religions. If you haven't seen the debate, make sure you watch it at some point. It's so worth watching the whole thing.
How about moderating?
Does anybody else fair?
That's all right.
Are you on?
Because I want to date my remarks from the year 1989. In fact, to be specific, from the fall of that year, which will be perhaps a legend or an early memory to some of you, but which is always worth looking up. It was in that year that a tremendous act of social and national emancipation occurred, not just in the countries of the former Soviet Empire and its dependencies, who saw their former masters and their former system of banana republic socialism.
I want to pause this quick and say shout out to Cole Sheridan, headed to the picket lines for Starbucks in Evanston, Illinois. Go get after it, Cole. We're proud of you. Thank you for your hard work doing that on-the-ground community and workplace organizing. We love to see it. Tell everybody solidarity and much love from Midwestern Marks. You don't actually have to say that.
Melting away. But an emancipation for all of us too, all of us like myself. I was born in 1949, who've been brought up in the shadow not just of the Cold War, but of its corollary, the arms race, the permanent threat of nuclear extinction, the zero-sum and authoritarian manner in which all political arguments had to be conducted, whether it was Chile or South Africa or Vietnam, or Poland or Czechoslovakia. Everything one found, one attempted to make sense or to deploy reason, was shoehorned into the conscripting categories of the Cold War, with over it all the time.
So he's starting out by talking about all the existing socialist communist countries. They're all totalitarian. They're all authoritarian. The U.S. were the good guys in the Cold War. Great way to start a debate with Parenti.
That a final solution would be found in the form of a thermonuclear extinction. To be freed from this and from its counterpart, the concept of the one-party dictatorial state, was an extraordinary moment of what I suppose I'd now have to call euphoria. It didn't seem so euphoric at the time, though there were beautiful moments to it. I was in Romania, for example, for the end of the Ceausescu dictatorship. It seemed realistic. We began to hear some foolishness being uttered. Professor Fukuyama's prediction of the end of history, I think now, as I thought then, was perhaps a little premature. But there
Is Hitchens a pro-Western shill? He became one. He became one of these anti-socialist socialists. I'm a socialist, but all of these socialist countries were authoritarian. And now he's saying, you know, because there were so many color revolutions in former Soviet countries that caused, you know, the socialist systems to collapse and be neoliberalized at the in 1990, 1991. And with the fall of the Soviet Union and communism in that region, not in China, of course, further to the east, but there were so many color revolutions, and they were based on, you know, we're going to bring freedom, we're going to bring hope, we're going to bring democracy, just like Euromaidan in Ukraine in 2014, right? It was pitched, a lot of these coups were pitched as hopeful revolutions that were going to bring freedom. So Hitchens here is saying, you know, those failed, you know, but you're saying communism failed, socialism was bad, it was authoritarian. We had all this hope with these revolutions, but those failed too. So now he's going to argue in favor of intervening in Iraq. So he's going to find some way to be like, you know, well, these color revolutions, these coups were still a good thing ultimately, though, which is why we should do it again in Iraq, which, of course, was a ridiculous argument to make.
Were reasons to think that a synthesis might be possible.
Yeah, his work on Mother Teresa is pretty good, Sam Dixon. He's got good stuff for sure.
That some of what had been learned by the socialist movement in its long struggle through the 19th and 20th centuries could be used to tame the concept of the free market society and the open market society. That there would be money to spare at last. There was talk, not idealistic talk only, of a peace dividend in those days. Some of you will remember it perhaps with a pang. What we were spending on weapons of mass destruction could perhaps be deployed to nobler ends, and it might even be possible to have another look at the terms of trade that governed relations between the rich and poor worlds. It was not a bad little time in which to be alive, in other words. I haven't done the exact maths, but you can do it in your head. How long did this period last? This period of feeling that there was only one future model, and that whatever form it took, it would have to take a democratic form, a pluralist form. That the age of the totalitarian despot was gone. I would say the Berlin Wall fell on, I think, November the 9th, 89. Ceausescu was dead by Christmas Eve of the same year. If we date it, say, from New Year's 1990, I think it gives us about 6.5 months of this illusion.
And remember, this is a speech, or this is his opening statement arguing in favor of the war in Iraq, right? So he's meandering and rambling about former socialist countries and totalitarianism and nothing that has to do with the material conditions in Iraq. And not to say you can't, you know, draw comparisons or analogies or, you know, give tons of historical context to your speech. You can. But I think more so than that, he's just trying to portray Parenti as an authoritarian tanky who supports all these totalitarian states. And then meander, because if you talk about the actual conditions in Iraq, it was obvious that the invasion was not going to help anything. We'll watch just a little more of Hitchens, and then we'll go to Parenti's opening statement. And then I'll leave you can watch the rest of this debate on your own time.
Because in 6.5 months, Slobodan Milosevic had invaded Bosnia, and Saddam Hussein had not just invaded Kuwait, people say invade, had occupied Kuwait even. He had annexed Kuwait, made part of
which the U.S. gave him permission to do. The U.S. gave him permission to do that, then told the Saudis that Iraq was on their border after they invaded Kuwait, and then lied and said that Iraq was taking and had someone give a false testimony, this girl named Naira give a false testimony that said Iraqi troops were taking babies out of incubators and leaving them on the floor to die. Then the U.S. bombed Iraq to a pre-industrial state and then sanctioned them killing 500,000 children. But he's just going to leave that out and say Iraq invaded Kuwait, I bet. Or not, maybe.
Iraq, what had up till then been a member state of the United Nations, a member in good standing of the Arab League, and an independent country, and had said that it no longer existed, an unprecedented form of promiscuous aggression. And we found, no, we haven't got rid of the one-party leader, the man who believes that he is God. We haven't got rid of the Balkans of this, and we haven't got rid of it in the Middle East, and it's still restless and sleepless, and it means us harm. And within a year or so of that, a similarly ideological party had seized control in Rwanda and decided to embark on a final solution of its own. And the one had previously thought unsurpassable cult of the personality and of the one God, one leader, one party state.
Gosh, where the heck is he going with this? And also he said totalitarianism and authoritarian personality. The Origins of Totalitarianism by Hannah Arendt, and The Authoritarian Personality by, who is that by? That is by Adorno. Yes, both of these works were heavily influenced by the Congress for Cultural Freedom, an arm of the CIA aimed at influencing academia and influencing the production of information and pushing this idea that communism and the Soviet Union are equal evils to fascism and Nazi Germany, who the communists defeated in World War II. So anybody who brings up the authoritarian personality and Hannah Arendt and totalitarianism as the theoretical and ideological basis for their analysis are getting their analytical basis straight from the CIA, straight from the Congress for Cultural Freedom. It's literally stuff designed to trick left-wingers into supporting imperialism and neoliberalism, which, hey, look at this. It's a guy who calls himself a left-winger, quote, talking about totalitarianism and the authoritarian personality, arguing for the intervention in Iraq. So just like the CIA and Congress for Cultural Freedom intended, their theoretical works are getting intellectuals to argue for imperialism and neoliberalism and millions of deaths.
Also glibly told about Iraq becoming a sudden target of opportunity for the Halliburton company, or something to enhance the Bush administration's credibility after the reverses in 2001, is not really true. And that those, or in fact, isn't true at all. And that those of us who some years ago decided to range ourselves on the side of the heroic forces of opposition among Iraqi Arabs and Kurds, those who dared to think that it would be possible to take down and remove the disgusting, unlawful regime of Saddam Hussein, can be proud of what we've done, as I am. Because not only can Iraq now be certified as disarmed, which it now at last can. If you wanted to certify it as disarmed before, you'd have had to take Saddam Hussein's word.
Oh man, this makes Hitchens look so bad. Oh, this makes him look so bad. Those who played a role in helping to overthrow Saddam can be proud of what they've done, and I am. I forgot this was in 2004, so after the invasion already happened, Saddam had already been toppled, and we were just beginning to see that this wasn't going to be a short, quick intervention that the State Department was promising it would be, and that the Pentagon was promising, and that the U.S. had destabilized this region, and they were going to be stuck there occupying the country for the next however many years, as Western multinational oil companies would essentially pillage the country of Iraq. But Hitchens here, right after Saddam's toppled, he's saying, we did it, because that's when George Bush declared mission accomplished. Remember, they toppled Saddam. He's like, mission accomplished. 20 years later, the U.S. is still there. Millions are dead, and ISIS and Al-Qaeda had risen to power. And we're fighting in the power vacuum that the U.S. created. And Hitchens, Christopher Hitchens, right before that all went down and before it became common knowledge with the American public that that's what had happened and that was the result of the intervention, he's saying he's proud of it. He's proud of causing that intervention to happen. Oof. Did not age well, Chris. Not at all.
Which I would strongly recommend you don't do. Not only are those who perpetrated the genocide at long last being ranged in the dock and brought to justice and made to face their victims, not only are the neighboring countries to Iraq able to breathe more freely because they know that a sleepless aggressor and conspirer across their borders is no longer there, but better than all that, and better than all the conformity with international resolutions that I mentioned before, I've had the opportunity to see something that I hope you one day get the chance to see too, which is what people looks like when it's been liberated. There is no experience like that. No experience like the look on the face of people who suddenly find themselves free, who had up till then been the property of the state and the victims.
Literally like CIA color revolution rhetoric, right? He's not talking about the October Revolution in Russia and the happiness that the people felt when they overthrew the monarchy and the czar, or the communist revolution in China. He's not talking about socialist revolutions. He's talking about color revolutions. He's talking about the liberation that comes when the U.S. empire comes and topples your leader and maybe occupies your country. And, you know, this is the rhetoric that the CIA uses with like Euromaidan or the Revolution of Roses or any of these number of color revolutions that they perpetrated. They're like, look at, how happy the people will be, the face of liberated people. And there are a lot of people in those countries who are tricked into thinking they're fighting for freedom, right? And dismantling their socialist governments, overthrowing their socialist states. But what happens in the aftermath is Western multinationals pillage the economies of these countries, and unemployment shoots through the roof. Drug trafficking shoots through the roof. Prostitution shoots through the roof. Education decreases. Literacy decreases. Malnutrition increases. Healthcare decreases, because all these public aspects of this that are controlled by the state, who make sure that people have access to all these things, are pillaged by Western multinationals who use these things for profit. How it affects the populace be damned. So, there's a lot of hope at first in these color revolutions. A lot of people are tricked into thinking they're fighting for freedom, but they're really fighting for Western multinationals who then pillage their country and leave them in a terrible situation. This was the lesson from the collapse of the Soviet Union, and this is why 75% of Russian citizens want to go back to the Soviet economic model. It was a human rights disaster, what happened to their economies. And here's Hitchens using the same rhetoric as the CIA, to talk about the war in Iraq. The people's faces, the look on their faces when they're liberated, when they overthrow this horrible leader. After we told them that all they got to do is help us overthrow this leader and their lives will be amazing. Right? What happens to the people after, Mr. Hitchens? What happens to the people after the U.S. induces them with neoliberal shock therapy and pillages their economy?
Of torture and tyranny, and to be able to do this and all those other things too.
Thank you.
Is something that I envy those who didn't do it.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchens. Thank you. Dr. Francis, please.
I agree with Christopher Hitchens that it's not just an incidental thing, the Iraqi policy of the U.S., but I do think that there is contrivance. I do think there is confection. I do think that it's a policy that has been based on lies, as so much of U.S. policy has been predicated on lies. Not just misunderstandings, not just faulty intelligence, not just honest mistakes, but real lies, really going against the evidence when they knew the evidence was contrary to what they wanted to say. And those who find it necessary to lie to us are not worthy of our support, because they are advancing their own interests and not ours. And I think Iraq is a recent case. George Bush, October 2002, quote, "Iraq is reconstituting its nuclear weapons program." That was a lie. He had ample evidence from UN inspectors and everyone else that that just wasn't true. Bush, January 03, "Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa." That was a lie, and he knew it was a lie when he said it. There was no such uranium being sought by Saddam Hussein from Africa. Bush again, "Iraq has trained al-Qaeda in poisonous and deadly gases that could allow the Iraq regime to attack America." Another lie. If anything, the CIA gave a contrary report that Iraq had any kind of substantial connections to al-Qaeda.
So you notice the difference in how they begin their opening statements? Like I said, Hitchens began with a whole lot of meandering, a whole lot of talk about Germany and the Berlin Wall and authoritarianism and totalitarianism and the look on people's faces when they get liberated and how nice that is and how that's what we're going to bring to Iraq. All this meandering with very little discussion of the material conditions in Iraq or the material conditions and developments that led to the intervention, the people leading the intervention and their economic and financial interests that might encourage them to do such an intervention. Right? There's very little discussion of the material conditions and the material elements of the conflict in Hitchens' opening statement versus Parenti just starts listing them off. Immediately started, this was a lie from Bush. That was a lie from Bush. This is what he said. This is what actually happened. This is what they said about Saddam Hussein. This is what Saddam Hussein actually did. And it's not biased. It's not Saddam Hussein's a good guy. Right? He'll go on to say that Saddam Hussein was the CIA's buddy for a while, as Jacob mentioned earlier, before he turned on them and started asking for higher oil quotas and trying to develop his own country a little bit, which, of course, the U.S. multinationals can't have. So they invaded and pillaged the nationalized Iraqi oil, which now belongs to Western multinationals. But You see that Parenti's getting right to the substance, right to the issue at hand, versus Hitchens has to dance around it. And the politicians and bourgeois ideologues, they are experts at dancing around the substance. Experts at it. And that's one of the things I hate the most about the Western academia and our Western capitalist culture and the kind of intellectuals and intellectualism it promotes, is we're all just so used to people who are articulate, but who say a lot while saying nothing of substance. There's a lot of words there, but not a lot of substance. That's a lot of the academics in the Western system. And Parenti's the opposite. Parenti's the antidote to that, right? Parenti, a lot of the intellectuals will talk about him like he's unsophisticated because he talks just like a normal guy from New York, and everything he's saying is super intelligent, super well researched and based in evidence. It's really smart. He's just not using a bunch of academic jargon and gobbledygook to cover up the substance of what he's saying, because he wants you to interpret the substance of what he's saying. He doesn't want to conceal it behind a bunch of academic jargon.
We mustn't forget that genius of strategic planning, that giant among policymakers, Donald Rumsfeld. And he says, we know where Iraq's weapons of mass destruction are. They're in an area around Tikrit and Baghdad and east, west, south, and north, somewhat. Again, no such weapons were found, not in the east, west, south, or north, and not even in the somewhat. Colin Powell, in his shameful Dog and Pony Act before the UN Security Council, February 03. Iraq has a stockpile of between 100 and 500 tons of chemical weapon agents. Not one drop of that massive stockpile was ever found. And what evidence did Powell offer? He put up slides, pictures of trucks parked in front of buildings. And he said, we think these trucks have it. It's in these trucks. And we all sit there and go, ooh, there's something in those trucks. And then the next slide came up and said, notice 6 hours later, the same building, the trucks are gone. Ooh, the trucks are gone. The trucks had wheels. Ooh, they went somewhere. Oh. The White House claimed that the U.S. is bringing democracy to Iraq, like the claim it's bringing democracy everywhere else. It's a supremacist view upon which U.S. policy is predicated, patronizing of other people, that we must teach these less adept people the blessings of American democracy, that we'll bring them, we'll uplift them from their, in the case of Iraq, from their 5,000 years of civilization, and we will show them how to do things. Well,
that's such an accurate assessment. Like, John Bolton literally wrote what's considered like the founding doctrine of neoconservatism and neoconservative ideology. That was the ideology driving the intervention in Iraq. And his argument is that U.S. domestic policy, and therefore U.S. interests, should override international law, because U.S. domestic interests are more important, and AKA the interests of U.S. capitalists are more important than international law. So the U.S. should be able to invade whoever it wants, sanction whoever it wants, coup whoever it wants, destabilize whoever it wants without getting permission from other countries or from the UN, because our interests are so important. That is the foundation of the neoconservative doctrine. That's what John Bolton says, and that's what Parenti says here. That's what he says is the basis of the U.S. intervention in Iraq, maybe before he even knew that that's what John Bolton would use to justify it. I had something else I wanted to say, but I kind of forgot what Parenti said, so I'm going to back it up here.
The U.S. is bringing democracy to Iraq, like the claim it's bringing democracy everywhere else. It's a supremacist view upon which U.S. policy is predicated, patronizing of other people, that we must teach these less adept people the blessings of American democracy, that we'll bring them, we'll uplift them from their, in the case of Iraq, from their 5,000 years of civilization, and we will show them how to do things. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, Iraqis brought democracy to themselves in 1958. They had a
I remember what I was going to say. I was going to say this view of Iraq is so chauvinistic and so stupid. Like, Americans think of it as just this country in the Middle East. Oh, it's just a desert with no industrialization, no education, nothing. There are a lot of Americans who just will casually, especially at this time, will just casually say, we should just nuke the whole Middle East, man. We should just nuke all those countries and get rid of all those terrorists, man. When the U.S. has been the #1 sponsor of terrorism in that region forever. There was also a survey that found 30% of Republicans, this was about 10 years ago, and 19% of Democrats support bombing Agrabah, which is the fictional city from the movie Aladdin, the Disney movie, but it sounds Middle Eastern, so people are okay with bombing it. They think anything in West Asia is just a desert and you can just nuke it and it'll be fine. All they produce is terrorists, which is so ignorant and shows the success of Western propaganda. And I think that less people think like that nowadays, now that they can see the results of the war. But regardless, Iraq is Mesopotamia, right? Even you learn about Mesopotamia in grade school as the cradle of civilization. This is where the material conditions, the fact that they were next to the Euphrates River, allowed them to develop agriculture for the first time. And that development in production allowed human societies and civilizations to flourish like they never had before. And this is where so much civilization had developed, and the U.S. just bombed it. The U.S. destroyed so many cultural sites and historic sites and literature with their bombs and Operation Shock and Awe, which is how they started the wars, with a ruthless bombing campaign. And, you know, ISIS was destroying historical sites and stuff, which ISIS was, of course, not there until the U.S. invasion created ISIS. And you can look at our Iraq War deep dive, a video we just uploaded on our YouTube, if you want to know more about how that happened. The U.S. basically tried to set up a government after they toppled Saddam based on identity and based on religion. So those became the political divisions in Iraq for the first time ever. And with this extreme situation and extreme power vacuum created by the toppling of their leader, a lot of these new political groups created by the U.S. started turning towards extremism. We had the creation of ISIS, and Al-Qaeda developed a much stronger network at this time. Even though Christopher Hitchens just told us we need to go into Iraq to fight Al-Qaeda, it had the opposite effect. It made Al-Qaeda stronger. Right? So we brought terrorism to this region. We didn't bring civilization to this region. And this region already had civilization. It was the cradle of civilization. But Americans were like, yeah, just bomb it. Just nuke it all. It's basically Agrabah from the movie Aladdin. Because the U.S. media and entertainment media, too, was able to give us this comical conception of Middle Eastern countries or countries in West Asia or Arab countries. Countries in North Africa also.
Revolution, a broad-based democratic revolution. They threw out the U.S. and British oil companies. They began a program of social reform, of not-for-profit public ownership. And it was Saddam Hussein, funded and backed by the CIA, who destroyed that revolution, torturing and murdering every progressive, Democrat, communist, constitutionalist, socialist, every reformer, killed them, tortured them, or drove them into exile or drove them underground, with the CIA giving him names and lists. He even destroyed the left wing of his own Ba'athist party. And during those years when he was doing that, that's what I hate about these things. You can't regulate the distance from the amplifier if you really want to get going. You can step back and shout, but this comes with you. During those years when he was doing most of his torturing and most of his murder, he was Washington's poster boy. And at this point we hear, well, isn't it good that we finally moved against him? Yeah, but there's something hypocritical about supporting a tyrant for over 20 years and even sigging him on Iran.
Christopher Bagley says Iraq and Iran were modern industrialized nations, just like Korea and Vietnam. We bombed them to the Stone Age. Absolutely. And as we pointed out in our Iraq War deep dive that I've been talking about, that happened in the Gulf War. Iraq was in a pre-industrial state, a near-apocalyptic state, according to the New York Times, after George H.W. Bush bombed them in the 90s based on the Naira testimony and the stuff we were talking about earlier, because the Soviet Union collapsed and could no longer protect Iraq from U.S. aggression through their position in the UN Security Council and stuff. So the U.S. bombing and then the subsequent sanctions that killed 500,000 people put Iraq in a pre-industrial state, which is why, right, any rational person, any intellectual worth their salt should have been able to tell that the Iraq War was going to be a bad thing, that invading and occupying this country was going to be a bad thing. Look at how the Gulf War went. We just killed 500,000 children and put them in a pre-industrial state. This country that was known as the cradle of civilization, that's had so much civilization and development forever. right? You want to do another invasion? And that's the other wonderful thing about this debate and why I love that it exists. You can't make the excuse, right? Well, we can't. I mean, we didn't know that Iraq was going to be bad when the war was first happening, right? We couldn't have known how it was going to turn out. This everyone's an anti-imperialist in hindsight, like I always say, right? We're against Iraq, but we're in favor of the NATO proxy war against Russia and Ukraine. The State Department wouldn't lie to us again. Iraq was just a mistake. No, you could have predicted that Iraq was going to go the way it did. And Michael Parenti did that. This was after Saddam had been toppled and after the invasion had begun. But he was saying Iraq was going to turn out like this, right? And there were people after Saddam was toppled who were saying, we did it, mission accomplished, like Christopher Hitchens right here, right? They could have known that the war was going to be a disaster, and they refused to acknowledge that. And then they pretended like the war was a success until they couldn't anymore. And this shows it, right? So these people who try and be anti-imperialists in hindsight, like the article that Max Boot or David Frum recently published, where they're like, yes, we admit the Iraq war was bad, us as some of the main architects of the Iraq war. But the war against Russia is good. Trust us about this one, right? That's literally a narrative that's being pushed now, and it's BS. It's BS. You could have told that the Iraq war was going to be a disaster from the beginning, and this is what Parenti destroying Hitchens in this debate shows. We got to play a little more. He's so good.
Hitch mentioned the Iran aggression. I mean, that was supported by the U.S. Then suddenly declaring him to be a mortal threat to the U.S. and to the world, never mentioning all the past support you gave to this murderer. Now suddenly he's a tyrant and a danger to us when he gets out of line on oil prices and oil quotas, as in 1990, when he starts committing economic nationalism and keeps the whole economy, including the oil industry, nationalized, when he refuses to be a compliant comprador leader who would turn his country into a client state for U.S. global investors, when he proved that he wasn't going to let Iraq be a cow that would be milked by U.S. global investment interests. When he refused to do that, when he started training cadres of Iraqi engineers, when he started developing Iraq in a self-defining his own way, that's when he became a tyrant. And let's look at the White House claim about bringing democracy, or what the media calls U.S.-sponsored elections. The White House never wanted those elections. Brent Scowcroft, who served Bush Sr., let the cat out of the bag in May 2003. Scowcroft said, no, we don't want elections. What if they elect someone we don't like and can't work with? It's wonderful when they speak with such honesty. Every so often a bit of candor comes out. It was the Shia majority. It was Sistani. It was these massive demonstrations they had early last year, that kept demanding these elections. And it was the pressure on Bush and Rumsfeld, even from people within his own party, pressure with asking questions like, what's your exit strategy? What the hell exactly are we doing there? What are you going to come up with something? And that's what they came up with. They reluctantly settled on elections to show that they could come up with something. But to now claim that this was our noble mission all along is, again, profoundly misleading. In the old days, they used to give you a glass, a little dignity, you could sip from the glass. Now you got to stand here and swig from the bottle right in front of everyone. Hey, so how am I doing, eh? Salud. We also hear the U.S. is fighting Islamic terrorism or Islamic fascists.
I wanted to play this part because at this point in history, 2004-ish, or maybe it was 2005, but Saddam had been toppled, but ISIS and Al-Qaeda hadn't risen to total prominence to the point where everybody in America was freaking out about ISIS like they were in 2008, 2009 through 2014, 15 at least. So a lot of the predictions he makes here are proven correct, whereas Hitchens' predictions make him look so bad. He talks about fighting Islamic terrorism and how we're going to wipe out these Islamic terrorists when the opposite happened. So now we'll hear Parenti's take about terrorism, Islamic terrorism in the Middle East.
As Christopher Hitchens calls them, which isn't such a bad term, but some people would have problems with that. But ladies and gentlemen, a full year before September 11, a full year before the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, The Project for a New American Century, a right-wing think tank which was populated by the present players of the Bush administration, published a plan making it clear that the White House intended to take direct military control of the Gulf region, whether or not Saddam Hussein was still in power. So Saddam was not the issue, nor was terrorism the issue, since this plan was put forth before 9/11, well before the much hyped but little done war on terror was declared. You know it's much hype. I call it little done because almost nothing's been done regarding terrorism. No networks of terrorists have been unearthed by the Bush people. There's been only one court case of a terrorist in the U.S. brought to trial. No defense of our water supply. No defense of our nuclear plants yet that's been put up worthy of the name. Bush's own Secretary of Agriculture in last December, in a moment of honesty, quote, "It's a miracle that the terrorists haven't attacked our food supply, which remains totally vulnerable." He's no longer Secretary of Agriculture. Islamic fascists? Well, yes, indeed they exist. We have Christian fascists right in this country who are calling for jihad. Listen to Randall Terry. Listen to Randall Terry of Operation Rescue. Just the other day, he said, when we come to power, and we will, and this becomes a Christian nation, you will be tried and executed. He was talking to doctors and medical personnel who were involved in abortions. You will be executed for murder. Randall Terry, who's...
And I always like to do this as a thought experiment, which sometimes it can be hard for Americans to put the shoe on the other foot and actually think about what it would be like if other countries did the stuff to us that we do to them all the time. But imagine somebody came in today with Operation Shock and Awe and overthrew the U.S. government, leaving in power basically a puppet government that Iran tried to set up, which was a bunch of exiles that Iran brought to America who had no connection to the people, totally undemocratic puppet government, essentially, that just immediately sort of collapsed and devolved into chaos. How quickly do you think there would be Christian extremist militias in the U.S. forming and fighting for power, for the power vacuum that was just created? Because nobody's currently in power anymore. The country's in chaos. Nobody's running the things that need to be run. How quickly do you think a political militia or a political movement, a party with a military even, of Christian extremists would rise up? It would be seconds. Right? The churches are a major source of organization, right? These groups already exist. There are already groups that want to seize power. There are already reactionary or right-wing militias. The country's already flooded with guns, right? If there was nobody in power and everybody was fighting in like a civil war, there would absolutely be Christian militias that formed, fascistic militias, especially if say the U.S. got overthrown by Iran. If Iran set up a government that was based on like, okay, America's 70% Christian, so the Christian party is going to have control of 70% of the government. And then you have all these other minorities like Buddhists and Muslims and Jewish people, and they're going to be, they have their own political party that represents them. If you tried to divide the country based on religion and ethnicity, of course, there are going to be political movements that form along those lines. And if your country's in chaos and civil war, of course, there are going to be violent extremist movements that form along those political lines. That's what the U.S. did in Iraq, which was a secular country for years. But after the U.S. invasion, they started dividing themselves along religious and ethnic lines. And you had extremist groups like ISIS that formed out of that. But of course, that's what happened. Of course, that's what happened with the material conditions that were created by the intervention. That's what would happen in the U.S. too. And it's not anything inherent to the religion of Islam. It's not anything inherent to Muslim people or Muslim majority countries that leads to a lot of extremism. It's the fact that the U.S. has supported right-wing extremism for years because they knew that if they didn't, Muslim countries would move towards socialism. They would move left-wing. There was a CIA document that's talked about in Vijay Prasad's Washington Bullets called Hope Lay in the Muslim Revival, where they noticed that all these Muslim countries are moving towards left-wing governments like Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran. So they say, we're going to back all the Muslim extremists that we can find, all the Muslim right-wingers that we can find to counteract within Muslim countries and within the Muslim community this left-wing sentiment. And they supported all these groups like Osama bin Laden's Mujahideen, which is splintered into Al-Qaeda, in the East Turkestan Islamic movement in Afghanistan and Western China, that's caused all this problem and committed all these massacres, who the U.S. took off their listing of terrorist groups so that they would destabilize China. All these Islamic extremist groups that the media fear-mongered about for like 10 years, 20 years straight during the war on terror were backed and supported and created by the U.S. Yet Christopher Hitchens is still going to tell us that we need to invade Iraq. The U.S. needs to invade Iraq to fight radical Islamic terrorism. And then he's going to call himself a socialist and even a Marxist. Ha! Ha! Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Sam Dixon. Really appreciate the financial support. Sam Dixon's also a YouTube member. You can see that by that little symbol next to his name. You can become a member too, and I'll give you priority on your comments. And you'll also get the Journal of American Socialist Studies and Carlos's new book. Forgot to say it. Carlos has a new book right here, the Western Marxism, or the Purity Fetish and the Crisis of Western Marxism, which you can get if you're a $10 YouTube member. We'll release that sometime early next week. So look forward to that, Sam Dixon. But it says, got to get back to it. I hope Parenti does one final formal interview / documentary that highlights his lifeless work and contributions before he passes. See, yeah, that would be awesome if we could get the resources for it. I bet you could fundraise for something like that. Like, people would donate money to a GoFundMe to see something like that. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix the full screen here. I could even reach out to Christian Parenti about it if it's something that people would be interested in. He's sort of helping Michael in his old age and, carrying on his legacy through his scholarship, which is really great. Shout out to Christian Parenti. But yeah, I agree. I think they should do that. Thank you very much, Sam Dixon. Really appreciate that. I got to talk to Michael Parenti over FaceTime. I didn't actually get to go out and see him, but my buddies did, and I FaceTimed in, and he obviously gave me Black Shirts and Reds and the Assassination of Caesar, or was it To Kill a Nation, the Yugoslavia book? One of those books, either way. Parenti signed them for me. Some of my most prized possessions, so I'd love to see a documentary about him. When we have socialism, the very first documentary will be about Michael Parenti. It'll be like in socialism's darkest time, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, when every socialist was being blackballed from the Western Academy and Western media, and everyone was smeared as a tanky, and everyone thought socialism was evil because of McCarthyite propaganda. This one man fought against the propaganda, fought on behalf of the working class, and was suppressed by the police and had his employment attacked constantly, was blackballed from academia because of it. But he kept going. And then a new generation of kids came around around 2016 and 2020. And they saw Michael Parenti's work, and they took up the banner for socialism and existing socialism, along with Michael's son Christian. And they popularized his work like never before. And Parenti became the leading historian of that era and the leading historian of the working class revolutionary movement that seized power in America and turned this imperialist, finance capitalist monopoly of a country into a great socialist country that takes care of our workers and builds things that are great and makes scientific advancements and gives people health care and makes advancements in healthcare technology and spreads and shares those advancements with the rest of the world and educates doctors who they share with the rest of the world, sending doctors and medicine around the globe rather than bombs. And we'll know that it all started with the spark of resistance that never went away during the collapse of the Soviet Union, thanks to people like Michael Parenti.
A wave of intolerance wash over you, he told the Christian audience. We do not want pluralism. We do not want equal time. We want a Christian theocratic nation. I mean, he said it. D. John Kennedy of the Dominions, the same thing. We will have a Christian culture. The media will be Christian. Our schools, our education, our history books, everything will be Christian. There will be one way. Our medical practices, our science will all be Christian-based. They have a totalitarian theocracy there. Well, Should we then go and bomb Kansas and Mississippi and Arkansas to root them out? That's going to be my question to you, Head Jeff. You know, and they're not just bluffing, man. They already have a very healthy control of the majority party, a good chunk of the majority party right now. They have the majority leader of the Senate serving up to them, and the President of the United States doing prayer and Bible sessions with them. Now, as far as Islamic fascists, indeed, there are...
That's literally the U.S. position, right? The crowd laughs there, and that's why it's an interesting thought experiment to put the shoe on the other foot and actually think about other countries doing to us what we do to them. But it would literally be like, there's a lot of Christian extremists, you know, in Kentucky. Let's do Operation Shock and Awe in Kentucky and bomb them and overthrow the U.S. government because of that. Like, that's what the U.S. did to Iraq, and that's how they justified it. Christopher Hitchens is up there arguing that that's a good thing. Bruh.
Some nasty, vicious, murderous people in the ranks of this Islamic Mujahideen movement. Worse than that, much of that movement has been organized like a political party with cadres for political action and conversion and community service work, along with armed units and suicide attackers and the like. But I would have to say that as of 2 years ago, that was much truer of Hezbollah in Lebanon, for instance, than anything in Iraq, as of 2 years ago. If U.S. rulers are really out to get these terrorists, why did they attack Iraq, which was a secular state? Why are they using a sledgehammer to kill mosquitoes and swinging the sledgehammer in wrong places? The Islamic fundamentalist influence was weakly situated in Iraq until the U.S. invasion and occupation created a self-fulfilling Frankenstein monster. The
Yup.
Thank you.
What an amazing way to put it. A self-fulfilling Frankenstein monster. Because it's a dialectical opposite of what the U.S. said and what actually happened. They said they were fighting radical extremist Islamic terrorism, and that's what grew out of their intervention. The exact opposite of what they said. A dialectical inversion of what they said. A self-fulfilling Frankenstein monster. A little bit more here about what happened after the intervention.
The Mujahideen momentum and strength in Iraq has developed since the occupation. And why not? Why? That's to be understood. First, you go into Iraq and you wipe out the democratic revolution. You wipe out all the reformers. You wipe out all the constitutionalists. You wipe out all the socialists, using Saddam Hussein to do the dirty work. Then you invade and you wipe out the military, conservative, secularist, nationalist forces, including Saddam himself. So what's left? Where else to go for those who see their country and region going down the tubes? To Islam, to the fundamentalists who are ready to put their lives on line against the infidel invaders. And even so, by the way, even having said that, the Islamic reactionaries do not represent the entire resistance movement, not by a long shot. There are nationalists, there are secularist reformist groups that are involved, there are ex-Baathists. You know, you demobilize 450,000 Baathists, and I know that's a big number, but if you count paramilitary, security forces, police and such, it would come to something like that. Even if just 5,000 of them go into underground action, that makes for a very troublesome insurgent force. So, I want to launch into another whole thing, but I have now, what, 10 seconds? 30 seconds. So, U.S. policy is, then the question does come up, what is U.S. policy based on? I am one of those who do not believe that U.S. policy is stupid or foolish or misplaced or confused. The fact that they're trying to confuse you doesn't mean that they themselves are confused. They know what they're doing, and they do have an agenda and certain ends that are very real and very obvious. And I'll speak to them when I can grab my other 10 minutes in a while.
That is one of my favorite points that Michael Parenti makes. U.S. policy is not confused. George Bush wasn't just a bumbling idiot who stumbled his way into Iraq on accident. He was a neoconservative, a cold calculating neoconservative who understood which interests he served, the interests of multinational oil companies and weapons contractors like Halliburton, who his vice president Dick Cheney was the chairman of. And Iraq had a lot of oil, which was nationalized, that they wanted access to. So he devised a way to lie to the American public and invade the country and seize all the oil, pillage all the oil. And that's exactly what he did. Right? And the fact that he lied about it, the fact that he said it was going to be a quick intervention and it wasn't, the fact that he said they had weapons of mass destruction and they didn't, The fact that they said they weren't going to torture anybody for information when they did, and the information they got was wrong information because they were torturing people and saying, tell us that Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction and we'll let you go. Despite the fact that they said they're not doing any of that, they were. And they knew that they were doing that, and they knew that the intervention wasn't for democracy and human rights, and it was for oil. But they lied. And then because they lied, people will say, oh, it was an accident. You know, George Bush is an idiot. He said this was going to happen in Iraq, but something else happened. Yeah, he knew that. He knew that. He only said they were in Iraq for human rights and democracy. So you would let them go into Iraq and steal all the oil. And then afterwards, they're like, whoopsies, guess we made a mistake. You know, this was a major accident. What a failure. It wasn't a failure. You got all Iraq's oil. That was your intended goal. You achieved your intended goals. So that's one of my favorite things about Parenti, and he always makes that point. He always brings that up. He says, you know, U.S. policy isn't a failure. It isn't an accident, right? It seems like that because what they're telling you is the opposite of what they're doing, and they're lying about their intentions, their goals, their ambitions, and their global actions. But they're lying, right? They're lying. They know what their intent is the whole time. It's not an accident that they seized all Iraq. It wasn't like, oh, we need to bring Iraq freedom and democracy. Oh, that failed. Failed to fight Islamic extremism too. I guess we'll just take all the oil and then just stay here. Right? That's not what it was. It was, let's go get all the oil. Whoops, we accidentally created a bunch of Islamic extremism and a disaster and killed millions of people. Oh, well. Right? We'll say that part was just an accident. Wild. The actions of one man can launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. I mean, Ukraine. Well, Iraq too. Fool me one time, can't get fooled again. Can't be fooling me. You can't be fooling around. Can't be fooling. You got weapons of mass destruction. When you're fooling around, you can't get fooled again with the foolishness. Fooling with those weapons of mass destruction. They're fooling you. Jeb, everybody vote for my brother Jeb. He's a good guy. Right. What we need in this country is another Bush. And you can't get fooled again by another Democrat. Right? They're fooling you. You fool me one time, you can't get again. Always be getting fooled. We need Jeb Bush. We need George H.W. Bush. We need George W. Bush. We need nothing but Bush. I want this whole country to just be one big Bush. You can't get fooled again. Solidarity, comrade Christian Elon Ortiz. Much love. Glad to see you here. Hope y'all enjoy my George Bush impression. You're either with us or you're against us. I'm the decider. Mission accomplished. Cheers from a European anarchist. Cheers. I will watch that video in a second, Jacob.
To me, that it's really very hard.
After the next segment, at least. I gotta run to the bathroom though. So enjoy this video of me wrestling, and I'll be back. Dang it, I should have made sure it wasn't lagging before I left. Sorry, y'all. Did it lag like this the whole time? Oh, I remember this match. I chased this guy in a circle for so long. And as you chase this, it gets tighter and tighter and tighter on their neck. I don't know if I ever chased that move as long as I did in this match against this guy. Maybe in practice against my teammates who knew that this was my favorite move. But in a match, I don't think I ever had to run that much. I think I spun in like a full, I did a 360 like a full 4 or 5 times. This is the video that I show to my athletes when I'm trying to teach them how to do this move. Like, you just got to be relentless. You just got to keep going. And if they don't want you to get the move, you just say, that's too bad. I'm getting this move. And you just keep running and just keep tightening it up. So he just let me get it really tight there. Now he's in trouble. And you scissor step. You bring your bottom leg through, right? So your legs are making like a scissors, like another scissor step, another scissor step. We're learning some self-defense today. Scissor step, reach. Now that you've got his head twisted off, keep his head twisted as you come out behind so that they cry. And then you can really put it on them when you get in the top position. Simple as that. How much did I weigh in that? I would have been a 165 pounder, 165 pounds, which I walked around back then probably at like 175, about 170-ish during wrestling season when you're working out all the time. It kind of brings your weight down more than usual. I could get up over 180 back then when I was eating a lot. I watch a lot of Peterson grappling videos for ideas, shot moves, and safe versions of, I could use safe versions of pro wrestling. Like Ben Peterson and John Peterson. Because those are 2 Olympic champion wrestlers. They're brothers, and maybe this isn't what you're talking about, but they used to run a really popular wrestling camp called Camp of Champs that I actually went to when I was in middle school. And they were just awesome. They're older guys at the time that I went to their camp. They couldn't wrestle as much anymore. Now they can't at all. But back then they could a little bit. They could show us moves at least, even if they couldn't go live. But they would just tell you stories about, their experiences in the Olympics. And one of them, they got to go to the White House. Both of them did when they won gold and meet the president. And they met all these people from Russia and Cuba and all these different, and the Soviet Union was around when they were competing. And they told us stories about that. They're freaking awesome guys. Brian Peterson, gotcha. Yeah, shout out to Ben Peterson and John Peterson. They're great. Dang, how tall are you? Like 5'7"? No, I'm probably 5'8". Most people try and lie about their height to make themselves seem taller. I think I usually say 5'7", but if I actually measured myself, it'd probably be like 5'7.5", closer to 5'8". Also, I just remember there's a monument in Iraq dedicated to the shoe that was thrown at George Bush. Absolutely, there is. Brian Peterson's a wrestling background guy who does jiu-jitsu and MMA training. Gotcha. Makes sense. Makes sense. There's a lot of those now. A lot of wrestling coaches in MMA. Maybe I should have done that. Maybe that should have been my career path. Never thought about it. Well, actually, I have thought about it. I've also thought about actually fighting too. But, if I get enough super chats and enough YouTube members, no need, right? No need to actually get in a cage and hurt my brain. Just work a regular job. Still can, that's true. If I want to be a fighter now, I better do it soon. You should talk with Hakeem sometime. It would be awesome to see a collab. Yeah, I've reached out, and he said he's super down to collaborate. It's just the fact that we're so busy, right? I'm studying healthcare administration and doing wrestling, although it's not season right now, which is why I've been streaming so much and have so much time. But Hakeem is a doctor in Iraq, so yeah, it's tough, but yes. You're taller than me and my brother, Eddie. Maybe because you're older than me. That's probably why. You'll probably catch me one day, but it's a tough way to make a living. Yeah. Coaching is better, definitely. Always got that to fall back on, though. Well, until my body gives out, until I start getting into my mid-upper 30s. All right, I've been wanting to react to this video, but I wanted to get warmed up a little bit first. Now we're almost 3 hours into the stream. I'm definitely warmed up, definitely rearing to go, definitely firing on all cylinders. So let's watch this video, The Absurdity of Socialism. It's absurd. Absurd, as I was saying earlier, is one of the things that I like to say about the capitalists. Right? This system is so absurd, and the people who have to lie in favor of this system, the bourgeois propagandists and the imperialist ideologues, just find themselves in the most absurd positions because they're trying to defend a system that's based on irreconcilable contradictions, the contradiction between capital and labor. So it brings them to these absurd positions in trying to defend that system and prop it up as the best system possible. But I guess Jordan Peterson and Dave Rubin think the opposite. They think socialism's absurd, which we shouldn't be surprised that absurd people would look at socialism and think that it's absurd. But I want to hear their arguments. I want to hear what they have to say. Maybe they'll change my mind. Maybe I won't be a socialist or a Marxist anymore, and I'll embrace Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubinism. Let's check it out.
Point that for a very long time, we understood how dangerous that sort of drift towards totalitarianism is. It seems to have washed out of the system now. It seems as though we don't teach history, we don't respect it, we don't understand that it can teach us valuable lessons. What worries me about that is the old saying, if you don't understand history, you may very well repeat it.
Already, historical analysis based on CIA theory, based on Hannah Arendt's Origins of Totalitarianism, brought to you by the CIA and the Congress for Cultural Freedom as a way to say that the communist Soviet Union who defeated the Nazis are the same as the Nazis, are just as bad, are just as authoritarian, and we should be just as scared of communism as we are of fascism. Even though the liberals facilitated the rise of Hitler and capitalism and finance capital, including George Bush's grandpa, facilitated the rise of Hitler, who was then defeated by the communists, by the Soviet Union, who took 80% of the casualties in that war and industrialized themselves quickly using socialist central economic planning to defeat the Germans. Those are the same thing, same exact thing. Anybody who says totalitarianism when beginning their argument is literally just going to conflate communism and fascism as being equally bad. And it's literally stemming from the CIA. This is the intention they had when they funded Hannah Arendt's Origins of Totalitarianism.
Why do we walk away from people we can trust warning us of the consequences?
Well, I think there's an interesting reason for that that sort of brings the Solzhenitsyn story into 2019, which is that he was truly oppressed. This was a life of actual oppression, right? Now we have people that are walking around, everyone in this room has this in their pocket. And if you have this in your pocket and you
turned
think,
off, I hope.
Yeah, hopefully turned off. But if you have this thing in your pocket and you think you're oppressed, you're very confused.
You want to talk about being very confused? Oh my gosh, Dave Rubin is such a silly little man. This is my favorite Dave Rubin argument of all time. If you have a cell phone in your pocket, you can't be oppressed, right? If we were to go back to the American South during the time of slavery, and you gave each of those slaves an iPhone, that would mean that they're no longer oppressed. Yes, they might be whipped if they don't pick enough cotton per hour to make a huge, huge surplus for the plantation owner, whipping them. But if you have an iPhone, you can go on Twitter. You can Snapchat yourself being enslaved. So you can't be oppressed if you have Snapchat and Twitter on your cell phone. Like, what is this? You're trying to say that exploitation doesn't exist. The accumulation of capital doesn't exist. Starvation and imperialism and all these products of capitalism don't exist, or they aren't products of capitalism, because capitalism also has cell phones. Because capitalism also sells you a $400 iPhone that's created by, like we were saying earlier in the stream, a lot of really hard labor in Africa to mine cobalt, including child labor, a huge amount of child labor, which creates or is used to mine cobalt, which is the main property in your cell phone screen. But because of that, there's no oppression, and anybody who thinks they're oppressed is confused. Socialism is when no iPhone. Yep. I guess that meme came from Dave Rubin himself. I shouldn't be surprised. Christian Elan Ortiz says, but so true, that we can't just be anti-war, we must be anti-imperialist as well. Absolutely. This is such a great point, a more serious point than the hilarious iPhone point that Dave Rubin made. But imperialism is an economic system. Imperialism relies on exploitation and the export of capital to the imperialized nations to extract resources and cheap labor. Right? So you can't be against imperialism by just being against the war or the wars, the war in Libya or the war in Syria. Right? You have to not only be against those wars in Africa and the bombing of Somalia and all the other interventions in Africa and U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM, and the drone warfare. You can't just be against that stuff, but you have to be against the exploitation too. You have to be against the cobalt mines that use child labor to help Apple make a bunch of money selling iPhones. Right? You have to be against the economic exploitation. You have to be against all of Bill Gates's agricultural companies and fertilizer companies that have made millions of dollars off Africa and poisoned their soil to the point where they had a summit basically begging Bill Gates to leave them alone. Right? Without being against that economic exploitation, you can't be against the wars, because the wars are a way of furthering and continuing that economic exploitation, continuing the economic subservience of African or Latin American or South Asian countries to Wall Street and the giant banks that they're merged with. So you can't be against imperialism truly without being against capitalism, right? Because that is the root. Capital is the root of imperialism. You can ally with libertarians and stuff for anti-war rallies, but then at that anti-war rally, you have to explain to as many people as you can that capital and the capitalist relations of production at the core of our system are the real drivers of war.
We live in a time with such absurd freedoms in the West that are so beyond imagination of what people could only dream of 2 generations ago, even 1 generation ago, especially with this, that people now have a perceived oppression instead of a real oppression. So one of the things that I find when I go to college campuses is that, you know, these kids will protest and they'll scream and that, you know, that everyone's alt-right and everyone's neo-Nazi and the rest of this. And I always find, all right, well, how do you break through to somebody like that? How do you actually, when they have, you know, you've talked about this, when they have that look in their eye, truly a possessed look, and they're, you know, it's this postmodern monster has become sort of a secular religion. And I think that's also one of the reasons why what Jordan's doing is resonating, because they've removed religion from the equation and now they have no meaning, and they put it all into this really competing set of ideas, possessed look, and they're, you know, it's this postmodern monster has become sort of a secular religion. And I think that's also one of the reasons why what Jordan's doing is resonating, because
I think that might be the most intelligent thing Dave Rubin's ever said. He said it by accident because he thinks postmodernism is the same thing as Marxism and just leftism in general. But that's how Professor Hans Moeller, this really good philosopher out of China, describes wokeism, right? Wokeism meaning liberalism, supposedly fighting for racial liberation, religious liberation, all these different kinds of liberation except class, ABC, anything but class, right? Like the CIA commercial talking about how woke they are. That's wokeism. And he says that in America, it's basically a civil religion. It's a form of civil religion. Right, we've moved towards being more secular and away from organized religion in the traditional sense. So a lot of people can throw themselves into wokeism, these social justice movements, which ultimately just filter into the Democratic Party and maintain the status quo, but it gives them purpose. It gives them community. it acts as an opium of the masses, the same way that religion acted as an opium of the masses. You know, that's one of the more nefarious and less seen effects of wokeism, meaning identity politics being focused on and prioritized above class politics. That's one of the effects that it's had. And then you have these folks like Jordan Peterson and Dave Rubin come along, though, who are the mirrors of wokeism. And this is also a concept from Professor Hans Georg Muller, who came up with the wokeism as a civil religion idea. Right? He says that you have these folks like Peterson and Dave Rubin who come along then, and they say, look at this postmodern neo-Marxism. That's how they define this postmodernism and identity politics obsession. They say, I'm against that. You know, therefore follow me. Therefore, I've got it all figured out. And also they conflate that postmodernism with Marxism. So they further confuse people, they further distract people, and they further bring people away from seeing the actual problem that is capitalism in our society, and just moving them closer to individualism. You know, clean your room, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and you'll be fine. But they're bringing in this whole audience by being against wokeism, by being against postmodernism, which is a product of capitalism and is a pro-capitalist ideology. Right? So you not only do you have the wokes, but you have the anti-wokes, and they play off of each other and they distract from class. And that's exactly what Hans Georg Muller said, and it's playing out in real time here. And if some of you, I know I brought these up before, but this is the video I'm talking about. This guy isn't necessarily a Marxist. He doesn't call himself a Marxist. Very similar, though. He made this video called, we'll pull it all the way up, Wokeism, where he talks about woke ideology, what it is. Here's me talking about him. And then he made one called The Mirror of Wokeism about Jordan Peterson. And then Jordan Peterson replied to him, so he made a response then. I also used this concept to criticize Ryan Chapman, one of his viral videos. Used it to criticize, or I reacted to another one of his videos. So yeah, if you want, the other one is just Hans Georg Muller, Mirror of Wokeism. There you see Jordan Peterson being a mirror of wokeism. So recommend everyone check that out. I recommend all Marxists check that out. He makes the point that he's in favor of class-based liberation. He's in favor of the liberation of the economic toiling masses, like Marxism promotes. But he thinks that identity politics are being used to distract from class politics. So he's not just an anti-woke person talking about how the liberals are everything wrong with society.
They removed religion from the equation, and now they have no meaning, and they put it all into this really competing set of ideas, what we call the oppression Olympics, where they're constantly competing for oppression because they believe that victimhood is virtue, and victimhood, of course, is not virtue. What's virtuous is getting your life in order and going out and doing something. So I'm always looking for a little trick to get through to these kids, and it's really hard because when they have that sort of glossed over zombie look, it's tough. And I found one trick that actually kind of works. If you can get it to them in the most simple.
I'm so interested to hear what his trick is to break kids out of wokeism and bring them towards Dave Rubinism, cell phoneism. But this is such an interesting comment. I have to make a quick response to this comment. Idpool runs rampant on TikTok and Twitter. Makes me think if Tumblr was a psyop to see how well it would work on social media. Literally, I've had that same thought. Because I had to read the book Kill All Normies by Angela Merkel. Is that who it is? Who's been blackballed from academia for writing that and smeared as a bigot for writing that. Not Angela Merkel. That's the freaking leader of Germany. Angela Nagel. Yeah. Kill All Normies. Which was basically about these politics, these like hyper identity politics that was growing on Tumblr. And she detailed how they're, you know, there's this gender ideology on Tumblr that believes, you know, nobody is cisgender. There's, you know, they have a list of 60 some different genders that you can be. And some of them have to do with like your gender changes with the phases of the moon, you know, getting into the point of some like really kind of silly stuff, which I always thought that was just Tumblr, right? I followed that stuff and thought it was kind of crazy, but I always thought it would just be contained to Tumblr. And it's like that sort of Tumblr exclusive ideology that used to sort of be mocked and led to the whole Gamergate situation. Not, I mean, that and other factors, but is now like promoted by CNN and MSNBC, and it's on TikTok and it's on Twitter and the mainstream social media, and it's being taught in the academy, and it's being taught in colleges. And, you know, not that I'm in favor of progressive, you know, social liberation movements. Absolutely. Consider myself a feminist and all that. But, you know, some of it definitely gets a little bit ridiculous, and that used to be like Tumblr. But now, you know, that's like the mainstream leftist position, or a lot of these crazy Tumblr positions. So it's almost like they did a psyop and just, you know, saw how well this would work on Tumblr and then try to take it on a macro scale. I've thought that forever. Christopher Romero just put words to something that I've always thought.
Personal way. And this particularly works in the United States, and I have no doubt that it would work here in Australia as well. I'll say to them, anyone in this room, does anyone in this room have it worse than their grandparents? Now, I've done this, I don't know, 100 times probably. Nobody has ever raised their hand. Nobody ever. If you live in the United States, you basically, I mean, the only outsider case would be if your grandparents were oil barons or something like that, and then they lost all the money, in which case the leftists would actually love that too, because it would show that, well, it would show that accumulated wealth doesn't stay beyond generations, so they're all about that, right? So, but if you can do something like that, I mean, if you say, I mean, everyone in this room can do it, like,
what are these freaking 1920s Republican talking points he's using? Accumulated wealth doesn't stay in the generations. Yeah, okay. I'm sure George Bush and Jeb Bush and George H.W. Bush didn't get any of their wealth from their dad, who was a finance capitalist and weapons contractor who helped Hitler, got rich via Hitler's rise to power in Germany. I'm sure he didn't pass down any of that accumulated wealth to them. That has nothing to do with, you know, why they're in positions of power now. Or the Koch brothers, whose grandfather was an oil baron. Right, they got to be oil barons themselves via hard work. They didn't inherit those companies. Like, what the hell are you talking about, dog?
everyone picture their grandparents. Do you have it better or worse? I mean, does anyone in here have it worse than their grandparents? And that shows you that it's a perceived oppression, not a real oppression, that the thing that they're fighting, this patriarchal, postmodern, capitalistic thing that they're fighting, I mean, they can't define it, so it's hard to define it for them, that it actually has bent toward justice all.
So there's how they replace postmodernism with Marxism, right? These guys are fighting against this weird postmodernist capitalist feeling, right? They're fighting against the feeling of alienation. I mean, that kind of is postmodernism, right? They'll say we're against capitalism, but every struggle against capitalism throughout human history has failed miserably. Soviet Union, China, Cuba, these are all just horrible failures that we should never repeat. But we're against capitalism. We're anti-capitalism. You know, that's postmodernism. It's pseudo-Marxism. It's pseudo-leftism. And Gabriel Rockhill has showed in all his wonderful scholarship how that ideology has been promoted by the ruling class and even directly promoted by the CIA. But what these anti-wokist figures like Peterson and Dave Rubin do is they say that postmodern pseudo-Marxism is actual Marxism. That's actual socialism. And, you know, this is what socialists support. When socialists would be against Western postmodernism and pseudo-Marxism and offer an alternative to both that and Dave Rubin's theory. And socialists do have very, very clear ideas of what we're trying to get rid of or what we're trying to alleviate, the class contradictions at the core of our society. So it's not as vague and, you know, made up as an idealist as the postmodernists, which is why he tries to associate us with postmodernists, which is why the CIA thought it'd be so useful to associate Marxism with pseudo-Marxist postmodernists.
Always. And if you can plant that seed in them, I think it's a little bit of something, but it's very hard to break them out of that. But I think the key here is understanding that it's a perceived oppression. If you live in a free society in the West in 2019, you're not oppressed. You maybe don't have it as well as your neighbor does. And maybe you came from more and they came from less, or maybe you're sick and they're not, or a series of other things. But you've got a chance. And that's all you're supposed to have in life. And I think getting that through to them, as opposed to, oh, the system is horrible and I have to now destroy the system, as if they could magically reconstitute a system that really would just be, in effect, throwing away thousands of years of human history, that they're so...
No, socialism is the culmination of thousands of years of historical development. And it would happen as a process of construction over time that would take the capitalist system we currently have and build it into a system that's better. And in fact, capitalism and its development creates the possibility for socialism and advances the means of production. And it advances their technological capacity and concentrates them so they can be seized by the workers and utilized by the workers in a system that's new and better. Same way feudalism and slavery gave way for a new and better system of capitalism to come about. Right? This is Marxism. This is the actual idea. What he's doing, as what all these people do, is straw manning that and saying that Marxists are utopians, Marxists are idealists, Marxists are postmodernists. And then he knocks down that straw man idea and says, you know, it's so hard to convince kids that we can't have anything better at all. Right? It's so hard to convince kids that they'll never have anything good in life, that humanity doesn't have the potential to actually build a system that takes care of people and meets their needs and allows humans to flourish. Get used to the current system, put your head down and start working till you die. He's like, I have such a hard time convincing kids of that ideology. Like, oh, I wonder why. Maybe because kids look around and see the horrible exploitation and warfare created by capitalism and starvation and homelessness. And they're like, this sucks. We can definitely do something better. And then, yeah, a lot of those kids are drawn into postmodernism by the CIA compatible left because they think capitalism is bad, but they've been told their whole lives that socialism always failed. So they move to these thinkers like Adorno and Horkheimer, who claim to be socialists, but are actually, you know, CIA plants essentially, or are doing the bidding of the CIA for them and becoming intellectual superstars in the process. That has created a sort of compatible left that draws kids. And then these anti-woke figures tell these kids, no. You know, you're believing in Marxism and postmodernism, which are the same thing. Come believe in unfettered neoliberal capitalism with us. So you see how the anti or the pseudo-Marxist compatible left works to draw those kids in. And then the anti-wokeists like Dave Rubin and Jordan Peterson confuse them further by equating Marxism with postmodernism, making it hard for kids to see their way out and see their way to, you know, orthodox Marxism or Marxism-Leninism, which we believe is, you know, the way forward.
Wise. They're so wise at 24 years old as they're shouting down speakers that they could build up what nobody before them could. And that's the danger there. So I think getting them to think about their own lives, where they come from, I think is a pretty effective way of getting through to people.
Well, we could also say, like, look, there's a claim that the West is an oppressive patriarchy. And so that's actually true. The problem with the claim is that it's not just an oppressive patriarchy. And there's a big difference between something being completely something and something being partly something. Because one of the things you might point out is that you can look at human history anywhere, and what you see is a complete bloody nightmare, right? It's death and struggle and privation and war and horror everywhere, with some progress, you know, some ability of us to pull ourselves out of the mire, you know, and the West is the same. There's plenty of catastrophe in our past and of all sorts. And I think
he's about to say Western society is the best possible society ever, which I can't wait. That really reveals his hypocrisy, the fact that he'll criticize and say all the socialist republics and say they've never achieved anything, but the Western societies have. Really shows the foolishness of Jordan Peterson's whole stick. But I wanted to address the argument Dave Rubin made that people have it better than their grandparents, you know, so therefore they shouldn't ever complain or say they're oppressed or try and change the system. And this person says, Seller Dorp says, going back to the who has it worse off than their grandfathers. That's partially because of the fights of leftists and unionists throughout the years. OMG. Exactly. The reason that we have a lot of social programs, we don't have a lot, but the reason we have any social programs or our government feels any need to take care of us or things have gotten better in any way, it's been because of class struggle. It has been because of worker organizing, been because of unions, been because of struggles by the organized combined workers against the capitalist class. And in addition to that, technology moves forward. Like, yes, technology always develops. Marx was very clear that capitalism develops the productive forces and their productive capacity. But even beyond that, technology is developed under every human system ever, right? Some systems impede the advancement of technology at a certain point, or they slow it. They act as a fetter on production, as Marx would say. And then eventually the relations of production burst asunder. There's a revolution, and the system is changed to allow for more technological advancement, just as capitalism is acting as a fetter on production now, and a move to socialism would advance technology in places like healthcare, in terms of science in general, space exploration, blah, blah, blah. But no matter what, technology is always improving, right? Humans are always discovering new things. We're not getting dumber in terms of technology. So to say that, time is linear and that things change over time and humans develop new things over time, and that means you can't complain about anything in modern day because there's more technology today than there was 100 years ago. That's so freaking stupid. Because maybe the advancements in technology have made it so that the old system, capitalism, is no longer the best system. Maybe the advancements in technology mean that we can centrally plan an economy that will take care of everybody's needs, allow everybody to flourish, and advance our technological capacities and scientific understanding beyond what it's ever been before, right? Maybe we can move to a new system that better harnesses the advancements in technology that you've realized, right? But we'll never know this if we just say, no, no, no. We can never even talk about a new system because we have iPhones now, and my Meemaw didn't have an iPhone. Like, actually, what the shit are you saying, Dave Rubin? There's no way this dude ever thinks about any of the stuff he actually says. Because if he did for a second, he'd be like on the Joe Rogan Experience, when he was like, we don't need regulation on construction sites. We don't need OSHA because everybody has a cell phone. Everybody has an iPhone and they can record any violations. And Joe is like, my dad worked in construction. You're on crack. You are talking a bunch of nonsense right now because obviously construction outfits would cut corners if it's going to save them money. And not every worker would record it on their iPhone because they can get fired. So you need regulators. Regulators do a lot of stuff on construction sites. They're constantly making sure that construction firms don't cut corners, which can get people killed, lead buildings to collapse, lead pipes to break, and make people's lives much, much worse. So it's like the smallest little bit of pushback from Dave Rubin just caused him to implode and his brain broke. But these shows that he's on right now never provide pushback. They literally let him just say, you have an iPhone now. Can't complain. Can't complain. Even if you are literally live in a closet, isolated from humanity where you get tortured every day. As long as you have an iPhone in that closet, can't complain. And then Unparalleled Dev, how many people's fathers, grandfathers owned houses versus how many people own houses today? Exactly. I can't even believe when my grandma and grandpa and mom and dad tell me about their economic situation when they were my age. And they're honest about it. Even my grandparents who watch Fox News are like, yeah, back in our day, college wasn't expensive. If you had the grades, you could go. Nowadays, we could buy a house. My grandpa always told me how he collected coins every day when he was in high school, like pennies and nickels and stuff, and used that to pay for 2 months rent or something when he was married my grandma. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, I collected coins forever. I counted them the other day. I have $16. That's 2 years worth. It's nice, but I'm not going to be able to buy a freaking or pay my rent with it.
I think it's necessary to know that, but then it's necessary to separate the wheat from the chaff. One of the things I see with readers who are unsophisticated and intellectually arrogant is they'll read someone great. Maybe they'll read Nietzsche, for example, and they'll find the odd thing that Nietzsche said that grates against their current moral sensibilities, whether they do that in context or out. And then they'll throw away the whole book. It's like, you don't throw away the whole book. It was Nietzsche. You don't throw away the book. He's like 1 in a billion. You read it carefully and you think, well,
it's so funny because that's what he does with Marxism. Marx is so much more complex and in-depth and reveals so much more about the world than Nietzsche ever did. But he just reads the manifesto and, cherry picks it and strawmans it to say it's stupid and absurd and make his argument, and then throws out the 3 volumes of Capital, Marx's masterpiece, and anything else Marx ever wrote. Oh, but he says it's the other people who do that with Nietzsche. That's what you do with Marx, Jordan Peterson. You've been bullshitting about Marx, and that's why you're saying this, that some people in their intellectual arrogance just take a little bit of Nietzsche and think they've understood the whole thing. That's what you did with Marx, and this is you projecting.
okay, no to that. But yes to this, and you do the same thing with Dostoevsky, and you do the same thing with Tolstoy. You do the same thing with the great writers of the past that have been passed down to us. You read intelligently, you separate the wheat from the chaff, right? And you gain wisdom that way. Well, you do the same when you look at your own history. It's like, well, of course it's a bloody nightmare. What do you expect? It's like, what's your point? We're going to burn it down and then we're going to have something better as a country?
You could say the same thing about socialist revolutions. You always say that people died and it was violent, therefore socialism hasn't achieved anything and it's always failed. Like, yeah, people died in the October Revolution in Russia. They were being run by a czarist monarchy who was sending people, working people and peasants to constantly fight and die in these senseless wars for accumulation. And people were sick of it and they had a revolution. And yeah, it was violent and chaotic and people died, but they overthrew the monarchy and they founded a worker state and taught everyone to read. Right? So everybody's history is going to be imperfect, but the capitalists, the Western societies, they're allowed to be imperfect, but not the socialist societies, not the Soviet Union, not China. Got you. Only the Western societies are allowed to make mistakes like, slavery and building all of their wealth on the backs of slaves who were tortured.
Consequence? Well, not so easily, not so quickly. Maybe we read our history carefully and we think, okay, well, what did we get right? Well, what did we get right? Well, the sovereignty of the individual, that's pretty good. The fact that you have right to property, that's pretty good. You can argue about the limits on that, but you don't want someone just...
That guy's dad definitely owns a business. Hold on, go back to that guy. He was nodding so fervently. Jordan Peterson's like, private property, the protection of private property by the state is really good. This guy's like,
That's pretty good. You can argue about the limits on that, but you don't want someone just taking your purse. It's helpful that there are things that you can earn and own. The dignity of the individual, that's another one. The innocence before the law. God, that's a miracle that we ever came up with that idea. I can't believe that idea exists, because in most cultures it's like, well, you might be guilty. Okay, you're dead. Because, well, that's easier. You might be guilty. What?
That's so funny that's his view of other cultures. Other cultures are just authoritarian. They just kill people anytime you disagree with who? With the rest of the society? I don't get it. How do they decide, who's right and who's wrong and who gets killed? They don't have legal systems. They don't have justice systems in other cultures. Okay, Jordan, you kind of just sound like a Western chauvinist who hasn't studied other countries. I'm not going to lie to you.
Why go through all the trouble? There's plenty of people where you came from. It's like the trouble of presuming your innocence. It's innocent. It's even hard for you to do that for yourself. And the idea that each person has an intrinsic worth regardless of their, externalities, let's say. That's another idea. That's a complete miracle. It's like, well, what are we going to do? We're going to throw all that away with the statement that we live in an oppressive patriarchy. And then we're going to be left with nothing. And what good is that? Well, how about we look at our history and we take responsibility for it? We think, okay, well, here's some things that need to be fixed. There's plenty of them, right? There's plenty of them for each of us to fix. And we'll go fix them. And maybe then we can atone for the bloodiness of our history and for our so-called unearned privilege, some of which all of us have. And that would be good. That would be part of the adventure of your life.
Someone said he individualizes everything. And absolutely, individualism, I said this too, individualism is the basis of the capitalist superstructure. It's the culture and the education system and the media and the entertainment that you get in a society based on private property, individual property, based on capitalist relations of production. They use individualism. They've individualized everything. Nothing can be a collective issue. There are no collective interests and there are no collective struggles. Everything is about the individual. Absolutely everything is individualized. And you hear him talking about privilege there. And, you know, how can we atone for our privilege? And that's another piece of individualism, or another ideology of individualism that sort of check your privilege discourse. It's like, yeah, we have a capitalist society based on exploitation that's gained all its wealth through imperialism and was originally based on slavery and gained its wealth through slavery. So what do we do about that collectively? That's the society we're all living in collectively. Well, we change it to a better society, right? We recognize the flaws of our past and we move towards a secular society, an anti-racist society based on socialism, right? We change the relations of production because we recognize that while our history was troubled and while our history was bloody and brutal in many ways, right? All we have are the conditions of today, which, you know, are a product of that historical development. And all we can do is move forward and do better, right? So let's analyze the system that we have, analyze the conditions that history has handed us, and try and do something better collectively. Right, but everything's individualized, so they just say all you can do is check your privilege, right? All you can do is realize how different you are from other people, and if you're white in this country, just acknowledge that you have privilege. It's a total individual solution, right? Let's not collectively move towards a better kind of society, a better form of society. Let's individually all just check our privilege, and then that's the kind of argument Jordan Peterson responds to. Like, of course, society is bad. You know, we should atone for the past, but there's no need to check our privilege or whatever. When in reality, he should be saying, you know, this is an individualist way to look at things. But he accepts that. He accepts the premise of looking at everything on the basis of individualism, everything through an individualist framework. And then he knocks down these liberal arguments, these woke arguments, kind of knocks them down and pretends that he's destroyed leftism and Marxism in the process. And collectivism
too, and that's a far more sensible and wise approach to the diagnosis of what's wrong with the West than, well, it's an oppressive patriarchy and it should be overthrown, or whatever that, you know, current low resolution and resentful ideology happens to be. And there's something to be said for a bit of humility as well. It's like, really, you really think that you're capable of making large-scale social transformations and getting it right, do you? You really think that? You're 25, you're 30, you're 40, I don't care, you know? What makes you think you're smart enough to pull off something like that? It's very, very difficult.
It's all based on gaslighting too. And revolution is difficult, but it's all based on, you're just an idiot. You're just a kid, you're stupid. If you think that the society you see around you, that the system you see around you is messed up and you want to enact social reform, you want to fight for justice, you want to fight for change, that's actually just because you're an idiot. You're too stupid to be smart like me and really understand Marxism, even though you've read 330,000 more pages of Marx than I have. I understand it better than you because you're 24 and you're an idiot. So quit trying to change things, quit trying to change the world, quit struggling collectively for the better, and just clean your room. Just shut up and clean your room and try and make money. Go along with the system. When in reality, nobody's saying, Jordan, nobody's saying, I know how to change the system myself, or I can change the system myself because this one guy, Karl Marx, came up with a way to change the system and I understand it better than anybody else, right? It's not an individualist thing. It's understanding what class, what economic class you are a part of and advocating for that economic class to be in power. Because if you're part of the working class, that's the majority of society whose labor creates all the wealth of society. Yet that wealth is accumulated, concentrated, and hoarded in the hands of the capitalist class who doesn't work. So we want to wage a collective struggle against them and enact the things, realize the things that this country is supposed to be based upon. Freedom of speech, freedom of an actual democracy, an economic and political democracy, because the masses will then be in power. The right to life and right to the pursuit of happiness. You don't have a right to life in this country. 40,000 people die every year because they don't have health insurance, right? We want to collectively struggle with our class to realize, fulfill what this country is supposed to be based on, which is a democracy, control by and for the masses. We realize that a small cabal of Wall Street and banking executives and shareholders control the entire system, political and economic right now. So we want to collectively struggle and bring power back to the masses. It's not individualist. It's not me thinking that I'm smarter than anybody. It's me knowing that everybody in my class can collectively realize that it's in their own interest to change the system, that it's in their own interest to fight against their own exploitation and the class exploiting them. But these people like Peterson can't even think collectively. Like Christian said earlier, it's their default to turn everything into an individualist framework.
Very, very, very difficult to take a system that works not too badly and to do anything to it that doesn't make it worse, much less to radically reconstitute it and make it better. That's really hard. So, if you're upset about your culture, well, maybe you could think of some small ways that are local that you could go out and improve it. Well, I think
we're not upset about the culture. I mean, maybe, but we're upset that the culture is a product of capitalism, of relations of production. How many times have I brought up the base and superstructure graph? Culture and education and media are a product of the relations of production, the material basis at the core of society. So of course he diverts that. Yeah. If you want to help society, go fight cultural battles, right? Go fight individual battles in the culture. Go listen to the Joe Rogan Experience where he talks to Ben Shapiro or where he talks to Steven Crowder, and get on board with those guys. They're fighting culture war battles. That's all we can really do. No, we want to attack the relations of production, but you don't even know what that means because you never actually read Marx like you said you did, because you're an intellectual fraud who accuses other people of being intellectual frauds. You lazy pro-capitalist bastard, talking about how other people are intellectually arrogant and intellectually weak because they don't read an entire system of philosophy before they talk about it, when you ain't read diddly dink dick about Karl Marx, and you talk like you're the greatest expert that the West has ever produced, the humankind has ever produced. You're so damn arrogant.
you should start with yourself, because, well, then you're only harming yourself. And you're
starting with yourself. Individualism. Change yourself. Collective. Anything collective is bad.
Not a bad person to practice on, and then you could extend that to your family. Well, at least you suffer for the consequences of your own experiments that way, rather than having someone else do it. And then maybe you can work on bringing a little more harmony into your family, and maybe you can get a job and see if you're any good at that. And then if you manage those three things halfways respectably, well, then you could dare to put a toehold out into the broader community and think.
So once you're perfect, right? Once you as an individual are perfect and pure, then you can go out into the world and change it. Yeah, that's never going to happen, Jordan. That's never going to happen. Humans are inherently flawed. We inherently make mistakes. And that includes humans who led socialist revolutions that I support, like Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. Because guess what? Humans are imperfect, and our history is imperfect, which you recognize. Yet when it comes to socialist countries and socialist leaders, you expect them to be perfect. You must attain individual perfection in a system that's always beating you down before you go try and change the system. Well, that means I'm never going to go try and change the system because I'll never be perfect. That's the whole point of his ideology, though. Don't do anything collectively. Just focus on individualism and give up ever changing the system for the better. And this comment's hilarious. They want donations. How about I donate someone's healthcare debt? It's negative money, but money nonetheless. True. There's more debt in circulation in the U.S. than there is money in circulation. Could give some of that debt to Jordan Peterson if he likes capitalism and Western civilization so much.
Maybe I have an idea here that we could tentatively attempt that might make some small thing slightly better that we could measure carefully and assess. And that would be your contribution. And
yeah, we could do that, Jordan, but we don't have a democracy. We don't have a democracy, dipshit. We have capitalism. We're a gang of Wall Street investors, bankers, and pedophiles like Jeffrey Epstein and his buddies make all the decisions. And they run your life. And they control your activity, your labor, and the product of your labor. So even if you have a good idea, it doesn't do jack shit because nobody's going to listen to you. Nobody in power is going to listen to you because power is concentrated in the hands of a few people. That's why we want a revolution. That's why we want socialism. So we can get everybody's input and we can go about changing the problems ahead of us slowly and, with real democratic input from everybody. But you can't do that under our current system, which is why we want to change it. No, that's not me thinking I'm benevolent, thinking I know better than everyone else. That's me thinking everyone else would know better than the gang of Wall Street shareholders, bankers, and pedophiles currently running our country. Because I actually believe in democracy, unlike you and all these frauds who claim that Western civilization is the greatest, even though our current civilization isn't living up to the standards that Western civilization is supposed to be based on. So if you love Western civilization so much, why aren't you worried about all the principles Western civilization is based on being infringed upon by the capitalist dictatorship? And dumb. Yep, X was another disastrous chemical explosion, this time in Pasadena, Texas, partially caused by train derailment. Wow. I had a story pulled up about the train derailment to talk about today. Hopefully we'll get to it. Now I'll prioritize getting to that if we can. Very interesting and sad to hear more deterioration of the infrastructure in Texas. Terrible. Thank you for the $5 super chat, YepX. And I'll be sure to talk about that, the chemical explosion, when we cover the train derailment, because the CEO of Norfolk Southern was questioned by Congress, the CEO of the train in East Palestine that derailed. So should be, I didn't know about the chemical explosion though. Someone asked earlier if Trump got arrested yet. Looks like not. Looks like he has not been. Yeah. That was actually the next story I had pulled up to talk about. But well, let's talk about the Norfolk Southern thing quick, because someone just mentioned that there was a chemical explosion in Texas, partially caused by the train derailment. Interesting. It would be interesting to see how they're connected also. But this was super crazy. Not super crazy. It kind of went how you would expect. But the Norfolk Southern CEO returned to the Senate, and he was grilled on the railroad safety records. Norfolk Southern is one of the biggest rail companies, the company where there was a major train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, earlier this year that leaked chemicals into the water supply and caused people to have chemical burns and poison themselves just by drinking the water. And while all this was going on, Joe Biden was in Ukraine announcing another multi-billion-dollar weapons package for Zelensky and for the U.S. proxy war against Russia. So all money that could have been used to help the American people, that instead will be going to further the interests of finance capital and NATO globally. But that train derailment in East Palestine was not the first, right? It was not the first. And in fact, train derailments and accidents have been increasing greatly over the past several years, over the past decade, really, if not more. And rail workers have been talking about this. They've been sounding the alarm. They've been blowing the whistle on this, saying, hey, not only are our working conditions unsafe and terrible and exploitative, But the tracks aren't being taken care of. The trains aren't being taken care of. The infrastructure is crumbling. And this is leading to all these super dangerous accidents. So this is one that got public attention. It got media attention, partially because of how crazy it looked that Biden was in Ukraine while this was going on, and how the Republicans could make him look horrible with that. But this has been going on since before that, since before it became a media spectacle. So this trade-based, trade-based, like working class-based pro-worker group, pro-union group called the Association of American Railroads has been calling out the Federal Railroad Administration, saying that companies have been paying pennies for safety violations and fines. So even if OSHA shows up and says that a certain company or certain rail workplace is violating safety regulations, the Norfolk Southern and these multi-billion-dollar companies have just been paying pennies for the safety violation fines. There's almost no regulation, which the economy has been consistently deregulated for the past 45 years. There was a huge sweep of deregulation that happened under Trump. So capitalism never regulates the capitalists well enough. But right now, at the current stage of neoliberal capitalism in the U.S., it's particularly bad. So the CEO of Norfolk Southern, Alan Shaw, was forced to come before the Senate and answer questions. Any questions that touched on specific safety legislations that people were talking about enacting, he just danced around completely. He said, "We support science and research intended to improve safety and blah, blah, blah. We're a data-based organization focused on our workers and our people and our products and blah, blah, blah." Basically just ignoring the specific safety regulations that were enacted, like having more workers available on the tracks, right? And not having people work solo or work on their own, having teams of workers, more regulation and common sense safety regulations that obviously this guy won't enact because he knows it would cut into his profits, right? Why have multiple workers? Why have a team of workers on the tracks, even though it's more safe, if it costs more money? From the position of Norfolk Southern CEOs and shareholders, they don't care if the workers are safe. They just want shareholder dividends to be really high. The EPA is corrupt. It needs to be nationalized. Absolutely. Absolutely. Every arm of the capitalist government is corrupt. Even the ones like the Environmental Protection Agency that are supposed to be pro-worker or good. Like who was the Trump EPA guy was like an oil executive or like someone involved in fracking. And like Obama and Biden's weren't much better. It's always these pseudo environmentalists who work for the oil industry or work for the fossil fuel industry running the Environmental Protection Agency. It's almost comical. It's pretty much a joke, but it is a joke. But anyways, when you read the rail inspectors who are quoted in this article from the Washington Post, they sound like the factory inspectors that Marx quotes in Das Kapital. When Marx is going and looking at the English factories after all the European factories after this is volume 2, it's in volume 1, but after the Industrial Revolution in Europe, where they are just in horrible conditions and there's almost no regulations or protections for workers yet. They're just starting to get organized and fight for some things. So people are working like 12-hour days and then going home and, getting a few hours of sleep before going back and working again 6 days a week. No overtime or anything like that, or no extra pay. Zero safety regulations. And Marx is taking these factory inspectors who are going around inspecting the factories and sourcing them, using them as sources, citing them, and talking about the condition of the working class. That's what these inspectors sound like. One of them said that there are rail carts that go 90,000 miles beyond what they should by safety standards. But these companies just keep using them and using them and using them, wearing out their capital, their fixed capital is what you would call a rail, using it as long as they can before it breaks to get as much money out of it as they can before it breaks, which is, again, how capitalism incentivizes the prioritization of exchange value and surplus value above use value, right? We're not trying to run the railway in the most useful, efficient way that we can. we're trying to run the railway in the way that brings in the most profit for Norfolk Southern shareholders. And that leads to decisions being made that harm the workers' safety, lead to derailments, but also lead to greater profits, which is why we've been seeing a great increase in accidents, a decrease in workers' wages and benefits, and an increase in corporate revenues in the rail industry. Which, for those who don't know, one of the guys who got me into socialism and communism works in rail. He's in the union, very active and militant worker. So it's something I'm passionate about, and something that I thankfully, because of him, I'm not saying I'm an expert by any means. He's an expert, but through him and communication with him, I have been able to keep a pretty consistent eye on what's going on in the rail industry. And especially in terms of the class struggle going on and union efforts. So Clyde Whitaker, a union rep from the rail union, said, excuse me, he actually filed a complaint with the Federal Railroad Administration regarding unsafe practices in the use of the tracks and maintenance of the tracks just a few weeks before the derailment. So there, like I said, workers and union reps have been blowing the whistle about this. They've been complaining. They've been saying that these corporations and shareholders are just running the railway in a way that puts the workers in the worst conditions possible and maximizes profit. And it's entirely unsafe. And now it's a big deal. Now the CEO has to go before the Senate because one of the trains derailed and leaked a bunch of poison into people's drinking water that they drank. And they posted TikToks about it, and it started to make the government look bad. So now they're doing something about it, which shows, why you have to fight back and why you have to stand up for yourself and stand up against the ruling class and the government. But now the government's going to talk to the Norfolk Southern CEO, not after the last train derailments, not after 5 years of train and rail related accidents going up and killing people. No, once it becomes an issue for Biden's reelection campaign, that's when they care. That's when they're going to make it look like they're cracking down on these companies. So yeah, and now that we're hearing that this led to a chemical explosion in Texas from one of our comrades in the chat, and I mean, it all just goes to show our crumbling infrastructure in this country. Private corporations, for-profit corporations, the market controls our infrastructure, our roads, our heating, our air conditioning, our plumbing, our electricity, our power grid.
In Pasadena.
All of this is controlled by corporations, and this is what's happening with it. The rail is outdated, unsafe, and falling apart. People are drinking freaking rust and garbage in their water. Chemical plants are exploding. The power went out in Texas, and people were freezing last year. All of this needs to be nationalized, and there needs to be a massive reinvestment in our infrastructure. Every single dollar going towards war and the military budget right now, reinvested in infrastructure. And think how many jobs that would create too if we had, people working on the roads and building infrastructure on like a government jobs guarantee. It'd be beautiful. You'd employ so many people, you'd rebuild. You could start transitioning to renewables and away from fossil fuels and avoid ecological crises. No, that's too rational. Socialist economic planning? Nah. Let's just keep having our power plants blow up and our trains derail and poison people because we can't infringe on the profits of Norfolk Southern. Seems rational to me. Seems real rational to me. Absurdity. It's absurd. I can't believe Jordan Peterson and Dave Rubin stole my word. Only I can call things absurd. Oh, shoot. I've been meaning to pull this up the whole time. Carlos published his new book, everyone. And he published a video for you all to see about it. Here is our bookstore, midwesternmarx.com/books. The Purity Fetish and the Crisis of Western Marxism be what it's called. I'm going to post it right now in the chat. It's a link. I don't even know if you can click on that in the chat, but you can copy and paste it. Just go to our books section. I'm so excited about this. I'm actually mentioned in the beginning of the book. Thanks, Carlos. You didn't need to do that. But I did help Carlos develop this concept just through our conversations, through talking about stuff and our analysis of the modern Western left and why they support imperialism so much and why they're so easily tricked and why they're so silly and unserious sometimes. And this is a real systematic theoretical analysis of the issues facing the American left, the Western left, leftists in the United States and Western Europe, the UK, France, Germany. Why do they tend to call themselves socialists while dismissing any form of existing socialism and even supporting imperialism against countries like Cuba and China? Right? Why do they reject any of our history, right? Our history of struggle, our revolutionary history that we should recapture and hold up as, yes, something that was imperfect because humans are imperfect, but something honorable, something great, something that we want to either replicate or, do even better. Why is this the case with the Western left? And why do they refuse to build coalitions and work with anyone who's not totally pure and totally individually perfect? Or any party that's like that, or even working class people themselves. All right, this is an attempt to understand why the Western left acts like this, why they do these silly things and sometimes honestly just act like children when the objective conditions in the US for revolution are here. Right? People are discontented with the system. People understand the establishment is exploiting them and screwing them. People are tired of the endless warfare. People know the war in Ukraine is BS. It's a NATO proxy war, imperialist project. Right? So why can't we organize anything serious on the left? Why can't we organize a real movement for socialism, a real class struggle? This is an attempt to answer those questions through this concept called the purity fetish and move towards something better, move towards unity, move towards furthering the class struggle. Not having to see, because ultimately this obsession with purity is seeing everything through the lens of individualism too, liberal individualism. The great man of history leads his country, right? World War II there was no class dynamics at play, no economic dynamics and warring classes. It was just Stalin versus Churchill versus FDR versus the Japanese emperor. The great man of history leads his country. It's individualism. And, Fidel wasn't perfect and Che wasn't perfect and Xi Jinping's not perfect. So we can't support any form of existing socialism, right? Because the individuals at the head of those countries weren't perfect and pure. It's an obsession with purity that we've dubbed the purity fetish. And this is the major crisis afflicting Western Marxists and Western Marxism. And that's what Carlos attacks in this book, systematizes in this book. It's endorsed by Gabriel Rockhill and a lot of other really great thinkers. And here's Carlos talking about it. If I can get the sound on.
The purity fetish and the crisis of Western Marxism is a
restart it.
Hello, friends and comrades. I wanted to let you know that my book, The Purity Fetish and the Crisis of Western Marxism, is officially out. You can purchase yourself a paperback, Kindle, or ebook copy at midwesternmarx.com/books. The purity fetish has been a central concept for us at the Midwestern Marx Institute, and in this book, I develop it in a comprehensive manner, tracing it back to the Eleatic worldview of ancient Greek philosophy, and then seeing how it develops throughout 20th century and 21st century Marxism, and how it can be found in various different forms in US Marxism. So check it out if you want to learn more. I also have a chapter developing how it looks specifically in the case of the Western Marxist view of China. So if you want to learn about that and much more, purchase yourself a copy, midwesternmarx.com/books. Thank you.
Yes, very exciting. Some people I know said they're struggling with funds. If you're already a Patreon supporter or a YouTube member, we're going to release it next week. We just don't want to release the ebook to Patreon members or YouTube members right now in case anybody leaks it, right? Because I know there's a chance that somebody says, oh, I got the Midwestern Marx book for free. I'll share it with you. And then it gets circulated around. So we're just going to wait for a week to make sure that doesn't happen. Then we'll release it on Patreon and YouTube. Or for our members, and there's an ebook available, so the paperback gets a little pricey, I think it's still worth it. It's still awesome to have the physical copy, but the ebooks are fairly cheap, like $10. So yeah. Speaking of money, thank you so much for the super chat. Yep, X, third super chat that we've gotten from this comrade who asked earlier if I worked with Hakeem. I haven't. I've reached out and we've made plans to work with each other, and then it never came to fruition. Very loose plans. Like I've tweeted at him and he tweeted like, yes, let's work together. And that was all that ever came of it because we're so busy and it's hard to contact people. But yeah, so that's my answer to that. And then the super chat says we could create jobs by transitioning to nationwide high-speed rail, invest in self-repairing roads. Yes, that exists, et cetera, et cetera. Absolutely. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about when we discuss infrastructure developments. Not just the expansion and the maintenance of what we already have, not the maintenance improvement of our existing water pipes and roads, although that would be part of it for sure, but the building of new things, the construction of renewable energy sources, the construction of high-speed rail, the construction of community housing developments that are made to both be ecologically sustainable and, like, I used to give a presentation on this. They've studied these forms of public housing where, you know, normally public housing is like the projects. It's just a bunch of gray apartment buildings, minimal apartment buildings with minimal accommodations paid for by the city or paid for by the government that low-income individuals can live in. And they're high in depression, they're high in crime, they're not ideal places to live. And part of the reason they think why is because people are mushed together and people are always inside and everything is gray, versus they've experimented with these forms of public housing that are sustainable, that have a lot of greenery and grass and plant life, that have a lot of what they call third spaces like parks or bike trails, anywhere that people can meet outside of their house. That's what a third space is. And, you know, the government provided these to people experimentally for essentially free. It was public housing. But it was just public housing that was nice. And, you know, the crime rates were minimal. Happiness was through the roof because people had more, they were in the biosphere more. And it's been proven that being outside around greenery and getting the sun is good for human happiness, and it combats depression, as is human interaction, which was facilitated by these third places. So there are ways that we know we can structure housing and structure our communities and our infrastructure in a way that's better and better facilitates human happiness and flourishing. But we don't do it because our housing is owned by real estate oligarchs and our utilities are owned by different oligarchs, different corporations with conflicting interests who are producing things based on what brings them the most surplus value, not what gives us the greatest use value. So with, you know, an infrastructure plan could not only create new jobs, but it could move us towards all these wonderful things in terms of how we live life. Thank you very much, Senich, for the $5. Even though your profile picture is money, I should be anti-money as a communist, but I'll accept your $5 because we do live in capitalism. Just kidding. Thank you very much for supporting our project. Wouldn't be possible without you super chatters. Yeah, did you say something earlier? I thought you said something earlier, but I guess, oh yeah. Speaking about revolutionary situation in the US, what do you think about MAGA communism? I've talked about that. I'm not going to talk about it again because it'll lead to a bunch of division and people will probably be tweeting at us. But, you know, ultimately, I don't think there's much to be gained from bourgeois political movements like the MAGA movement. But I ultimately totally agree with reaching working class Trump voters support and Trump supporters. And a lot of them lean anti-establishment and would be open to Marxism and socialism. So that's my ultimate feeling on it. I know I've told Jacob like 5 times that I'll watch his TikTok, so I'll pull her up. Appreciate.
So I came across this
for always moderating the streams.
So I came across this Cold War era anti-communist propaganda film, and I'm gonna watch it. I'm going to subject myself to capitalist dogma.
One day it will be your mission to destroy those bourgeois capitalist freedoms.
Already they're making communists out to be comic book villains.
Courses here in this strangest of all schools, espionage as a science.
What the fuck?
Baseball game, and hot dogs.
Oh no, not the hot dogs.
Socialism is when no hot dogs. You heard it here first.
Freedom and You. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Defense.
Now you remember that Russian town we saw earlier?
Oh, you mean that Russian town where everyone speaks English? Now, it wouldn't be the 50s if we weren't clearly shown that the husband and wife sleep in 2 separate beds.
They were Jews. Hello, correct?
Oh yeah, because every single one of us communists refer to each other as comrade.
You are now prepared for the next step of your indoctrination.
What? Am I just watching a comic book story come to life?
But you are disturbing your children. Their meals that be consumed without interruption. We learned in school that home life does not encourage the growth.
That's actually one of the things that Marx talks about when he's analyzing capitalism. He's like, they have these child laborers and workers in general who are forced to eat on the job because, you know, taking a lunch break would interrupt the labor process and lead to less surplus value. And it's dangerous to be eating on the job like that in the factory.
Of the collective character which the party wishes to develop in its young people.
What kids talk like this? They literally look like that they're reading off of cue cards.
You better listen to me, all of you. I don't want to hear any more talk about state schools, party lines, and collective character, deviationism.
Yeah, no freedom of thought and expression.
You two are going to Sunday school, you're going right now.
You're going to be indoctrinated into the church and you're going to love it.
Everything on this table at this pony is a town. The rocks.
I went to Sunday school my whole life, and look at me, commie through and through.
System you call communism. Who says I'm guilty of anything? What's your proof? State needs no proof. It is up to you to prove your innocence. Proof is one word you don't use. It's one word you feel.
What is it, freedom?
That word is freedom.
Fucking called it.
That is so absurd. Is that literally produced by the State Department? Did it actually say that at the beginning? That is a hilarious piece of propaganda. Thank you, Senich, for the $2. Much appreciated. Another super chat donation from Senich. Wow, YepX with the 4th super chat donation. Holy crap, thank you so much. This is a huge chunk of change, too. Really appreciate you for supporting our project. This is what makes the Journal of American Socialist Studies and everything possible. This is what got me a camera and a microphone and put me in front of you today. So thank you. It would be impossible without you and the other supporters on Patreon and YouTube and Twitch. Speaking of sustainability, studies show that planting fungi en masse could lock away tons of carbon, and slowly growing trees could feed millions in the process by providing an alternative to other sources of protein. Link on my Twitter is very interesting. What's your Twitter handle? One of the efforts that's been proposed to combat the Anthropocene, which just basically means the era that we're in, where climate crisis is rampant, and we're threatened with ecological collapse. There's less species, or species are going extinct. There's less and less plant life as opposed to gray, and there's a lot more pollution and destruction of the Earth's natural recycling processes, which leads to things like climate change and global warming as we know it. And one of the things that's been proposed to combat the Anthropocene is having the U.S. military stop destroying things and using fossil fuels to destroy things and destroying the environment in the process, and have them start planting trees. Have them be climate corps, basically, to combat climate disasters, but then also do things that reverse the climate crisis, because we know a lot of things. And this is why I say that socialism could still increase the productive forces, could still increase, people's material well-being, make people richer while combating the climate crisis. Because it's not that we're producing too much, right? Overpopulation is a myth, that there's just too many people. It's the fact that the way we produce is irrational, right? The way we produce is based on surplus value. So if they can make more money by destroying the Earth's natural recycling processes, which it has, these ecological processes that continually cycle through and keep the planet moving and growing and thriving and surviving, those processes are being interrupted by human production in many cases. And we could, still produce in a way that's in harmony with the Earth's natural processes. We could protect those natural processes and rebuild them and rebuild the ecology in a way that's intelligent. But we don't have a planned economy. We don't have an intelligent, rational economy. We have an economy that just rips up as much of the earth as possible if it makes a lot of money, which is why China has had the People's Liberation Army plant a forest the size of Ireland. Right? This is socialist planning. Thomas Sankara did massive tree planting campaigns too. Right? This is how socialism takes care of nature and the ecology. And this is why eco-socialism is the only way to combat the climate crisis. So yeah, I think that's a good place to end it, y'all. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me for this long. It's been over 4 hours. Thank you to our major super chatters, Ross Ironcoil, YepX, Senich. Sorry if I know I'm forgetting a bunch of them. Any of our moderators and super chatters, really appreciate y'all. Y'all make the show possible. Check out Carlos's new book, MidwesternMarks.com. We're so happy about it. I'm sorry I can't go any longer, but I should probably quit rambling and save my voice. I'll do another stream tomorrow. All right, solidarity, comrades.